A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs. Hello there. You member of our club?
Sure, I joined months ago.
Oh, swell. This lady with you, you member?
Certainly. Mrs. Smith got me to join.
Fine. Oh, but there's another lady heading this way. How do you do, ma'am? Are you a member?
Member of what?
Why, a member of the I'm Glad I Did Club.
What kind of a club is that? Well, haven't you heard? It's for all of us ladies who started using new dice for our washes. Oh, what's Does?
Why, Does is a new kind of soap.
That's right. It's a wonderful new kind of granulated soap. There's never been any soap quite like Does before.
Oh.
Procter & Gamble's putting it out, and it's marvelous.
You bet Does is marvelous. Why, we've got letters by the bushels from ladies telling how glad they are they tried Does.
Sure, that makes us all members of the I'm Glad I Did Club. Oh, but tell me, what's so wonderful about this new Does?
Why, Does
does all three kinds of wash. Sure, towels, work shirts, to pretty colored rayon slips. What? You don't mean you can use this same Does for colored rayons and for dirty work clothes, too?
Of course. Does is wonderfully safe for rayons and fussy colored washables.
Yes, Does is lots safer for those nice colors than any other leading granulated laundry soap. And yet it gets my husband's work shirts clean without any hard scrubbing either. But what about the white pieces?
Oh, Does is a whiz for whiteness.
You bet. Why, no soap I ever used can beat Does for turning out snowy white washes. Well, I declare.
Just you try Does, and then you...
Yes, and then you'll be joining the I'm Glad I Did Club, too. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Fleming. Did you want to say something?
Well, all that's left for me to say to all you listening is just try Does for yourself and see how different it is. Remember, Does is not just a new improvement of an old soap, but a really new kind of granulated soap. Look for that big red and white box with the name D-U-Z, Does. And next wash day, let Does do everything. And now, the Goldbergs. Well, the gloom of the Goldbergs' house was so thick you could cut it with a knife. All because Molly got a garbled message from Sammy, and thinks that Chris Cater and Orianne are through with each other. And all Molly's preparations for a wedding, the invited guests, the cookies and cakes, the 3 turkeys, all piled up in her hand. She tried to cancel everything, but she can't cancel that feeling in her heart. Although if she only knew it, the train that's bringing Sammy home also carries Mr. and Mrs. Christopher Cater. But listen to Rosie.
Rosalie, please. What's me the time? Where does the clock stand? Well, it's not train time yet now. What did you do with the guest list? I don't need it now, do you? I want to go over it. See if you didn't exclude somebody when you were canceling. Here, Mom. Oh, let's see. Cancels Mr. and Mrs. Willoughby. Cancels Mr. and Mrs. Avery. Cancels Steamboat. And they canceled everybody here? Yeah. The silver? Positive, Mom. And Terry wrote to me. Papa should be back from Dr. Katie's party. Oh? Well, maybe he went right to the station, Mom. Why would he? Why would he go right to the station when he knows I want to go and meet Samuel to the station? Couldn't do that. Oh, I'm so beside myself. I'm so beside myself to know what happened. Where did Orion Vincent when all the strangers at David? New York alone. A needle in the haystack. Oh, why didn't it conclude itself as expected, Bob? Let's what about car? We'll see his car. What is the button now? He's delivering me. Oh, what shall I do now with 2 turkeys? What shall I do? You open the back door over there? Oh. The turkeys, huh? Bring them in. So bring me one in. Such a disappointment. Oh, let me help you. It's all right. It's a beautiful turkey. Do you roast it now? The way I feel, I would like to give them away. With what joy I was going to make those 2 turkeys with what joy. I was going to use the new recipe for the new stuffing. And then the new gravy. Oh, take it inside, Reggie. Take it inside. It breaks my heart to look at it. Take it away from my eyes. Not me. Everybody will eat it, but not me. I will not eat it. Not even the more cook, not I wouldn't eat it. Jay?
Yes.
So, what did Dr. Cody say?
What could he say?
The butcher just delivered them. Am I going to visit 3 turkeys now, Ross? Turkeys and no weddings?
You have yourself to blame for that.
I think you better go down to the station to meet Sammy, Pa. Time already. What time is the train coming in, Jay?
The same time the train from New York comes in every evening.
Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome.
The train comes in at 4:15. And get my coat and my wraparound hat.
Why do you want your coat?
I'm going to the station to meet Sammy. I'll take the phone, Rosalie. Hello? Yes. Yes. It's Mr. Willoughby.
I'll talk to him.
Oh, here, Pa.
Hello, Willoughby. I'm going to the station now. 4:15. I don't know. All we know is that Sammy called up.
Now we disconnected.
Pardon me, Willoughby. Molly. Am I on the phone or are you on the phone? Rick?
You.
Hello, Willoughby. Are you there? Sammy called Martha Wilberforce when he couldn't get us. And Molly, please. Hello, Willoughby. Are you there? He called and said no wedding.
Don't prepare no wedding.
Hold the while, Willoughby. Now, here, Molly. You tell him if you're so anxious.
You're telling him. Tell him.
Hey, Molly. Hello, Willoughby. Are you there? I think the best thing to do is to go to the station. Sammy will know everything. I can't imagine what happened. I don't know.
How did you take it instead of being excluded?
All right, Willoughby. I'll see you at the station. Goodbye. Get my glasses, Rosie.
Are you walking or riding?
I need my glasses in either case.
What did you do with the turkeys, Rosie? I put them on the kitchen table. Why not in the refrigerator? Well,
get my glasses.
What do I do first? Get the glasses first. A delicate situation. A delicate situation like love. Then it's a question of love. Then it is difficult enough to bring them together, people like Orion and Chris. There's so much transpire. Then it's nearly done on the rock. You're planning something. Tell your wife. Who's closer to you than me? Who's closer to a man than a wife? Tell your wife. Tell me. No. Instead, everything was done behind my back.
You're getting my glasses, Rosie.
Takes a woman to understand a woman.
You'll be surprised how certain men understand certain women.
Thank you. Do you want me to help you, Paul?
I can help myself as always. Thank you.
Take your apron off now. Thank you. Can I go to the station?
I don't see why it's necessary now for anyone to go.
Hey, Rosie, please take the phone. I'm not home. I'm not in the mood. Hello? Yes.
Who is there?
4:15. Who's the 4:15? Well, if you want to. Who wants to? Mrs. A.D. wants to go to the station to meet Sammy.
I'm going, Molly.
All right, Ma? The station is free and equal for everybody. Hello? All right, Mrs. Avery. Yes. Goodbye. Wait for me, Ma. Hurry, please. Wait for me, Jake, please.
I am waiting.
Please. Get your coat, Rosalie. I'll take it. Wait. Hello? Yes, Mrs. Haley. Yes, I got your recipe. Yeah, that's a beautiful dressing for the turkey, but I don't think so. Yes. When the train 4:15. The family's coming. I don't know, dear. Yes, if you wish. Yes. Goodbye.
Who else now?
Oh, Jake, please, they're all anxious to know, even if you and I. Everybody was invited to the wedding, and then they were canceled. After all. Rosalind knew. The buttons are next, please.
I am going, Molly.
Wait a minute, please. The phone should telephone. Hello? Yes, Mrs. Roberts. Yes, but I don't know. The only thing I know is Sammy called and said don't prepare. Papa's calling you, Ma. I know soon. Hook my glasses. All right, Ma. The family's coming. That's the top glasses. The 4:15. Don't push. Yeah, all right. Then I'll see you at the station. Bye. Looks like everybody's going to the station. Are you ready, Rosalie? So close the back door, did you? Oh, no. All right. This is the right time, Rosalie? Yes, Mom. All right, so come, Lou, please. And Papa, the fidget spinner ready. Buffy your neck, please. Come, stop to this. The telephone. Answer it, Rosalie. I'm going. Wait, Mom. I'm going, Rosalie. Please. I love it, Rosalie. Let it ring.
Hello, operator. Are you sure there's no answer at the Goldbergs? Well, ring again, please. Hello, is this Miss Todd, the operator in Glastonbury? Well, look, this is Sammy Goldberg. Will you please call everybody in town and tell them to go to the station? There's a wedding reception. It's for Dr. Tater, yeah. Well, look, my train is leaving. Please. Thanks. And so Sammy has spread the word. And if Miss Todd, the telephone operator, can find anybody in, there'll be a great crowd at Glastonbury Station. And everyone will know the news except Molly, who didn't wait for the most important call. You know, I think it's time you showed your dish pan who's boss. So just throw out those old-fashioned halfway soaps. I mean bar soaps because they teach you on speed. And those tough granulated soaps because they're short on gentleness to your hands. Yep, such halfway soaps don't belong in your dish pan. Now that new Does is here. That brand new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash. And believe me, Does has everything for dishes, too. From whirlwind speed to extra gentleness to your hands. Yes, your hands will really come out of the dish pan feeling beautifully soft and smooth. In fact, Does is far kinder to your hands than any other leading granulated laundry soap. Yet no soap made can beat Does for speedy dishwashing. It cuts even tough grease without any hard scouring. Why, you can tell the difference in Does right in the start. Ask for Does today. It has everything for dishes. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. The train comes into Glastonbury, and the wedding bells practice ringing while Molly stares in wonder. This is James Fleming wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, the makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Hi, Ethelbert. What are you thinking of?
I was just thinking how differently they teach kids to write today.
You mean you went to school, Ethelbert?
What I mean is they don't teach them to write the ABCs today.
No?
No, they teach them to write whole words.
That sounds reasonable.
Look, here's a page from my little nephew's copybook. Read it.
Wow. This is something we got to get Tony Marvin to read. You go ahead, Tony.
Oh, what a beautiful thought, Casey. It says here 16 times, one after the other, Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, Tough Guy. Saturday night, shortly before 10 o'clock. A side street cab stand on the fringes of the city's theatrical district. A tall man, dressed entirely in gray, detaches himself from the doorway of a shabby hotel where he's been loitering and approaches a taxi that has just moved up to the first place in line. He opens its door and...
Take me up to 132nd Street.
Yes, sir. Whereabouts in 132nd?
I'll tell you when we get there. Just take the shortest way.
Okay.
You a good driver?
I don't get no complaints.
You look kind of young to me, inexperienced. How long you been hacking?
Long enough?
Yes, yeah, how long?
Couple of months.
I figured you were kind of wet behind the ears.
Look, mister, I drove army tanks from Normandy right up to Berlin. I think that ought to qualify me to sit behind the wheel of a hack.
Oh, you're an ex-GI, huh? Your hack license here says your name is Isidore Goldfarb.
That's right.
Watch your driving, Izzy, and watch your step, and we won't have no trouble.
Now, look here, mister, I don't like your kind of talk. If you're looking for trouble, get yourself another taxi. And
I like this taxi, and I like you, Izzy. You know where the Sutter Avenue Theater is?
Yeah, it's off 132nd.
Well, drive me past there after we get to 132nd. I want to see what movie's playing at the Sutter Avenue Theater. Turn around here, Izzy, and take me past the Sutter Avenue again.
I already drove you past that theater twice, mister. What are you going to...
For the third time.
Okay, well, what's the big idea?
What do you care as long as you get your fare paid? It's a good picture playing at the Sutter Avenue. About cops and robbers. It's exciting, I hear. You like pictures about cops and robbers, Izzy?
Yeah, they're all right.
Yeah. They're made for jerks like you.
Now, wait a minute.
They teach you that crime don't pay. Stop here, let me out.
Mister, I'll be glad to.
There's $2. So long.
Wait a minute, Mac. The meter says $2.40.
You want to make something out of it?
Oh, I guess that's a gun you're holding inside your pocket, huh?
You start something, you'll find out if it is. I was only kidding about the dough, Sap. Here's a 5 spot. Keep the change and forget you ever saw me. Remember that, punk. So long.
No one's pushing Isidore Goldfarb around like he did and getting away with it. I drove right here to your precinct house here.
Well, where'd the guy go when he left you, Goldfarb?
He ducked around the corner of Olive Street. That's the last I seen of him.
Well, you just figured he had a gun in his pocket, didn't you? You didn't see it.
Yeah, but the cloth bulged out like there was a gat underneath.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you think of it, Casey?
Sounds like the old gag, Sarge.
Gag?
Yeah. Goldfarb, what you've told us, this guy probably wouldn't have gotten into your cab if you hadn't been a new hacky.
What's that got to do?
Son, this world is full of screwballs. One particular kind decides he's got to impress somebody. Often he gets into a cab and starts to act tough like he's seen done in gangster movies.
Yeah, old-time hackies are wise the type, though, pal, and they either humor the guys or give them a quick brush-off. Well, you took this dope seriously, so we went through with the whole act, even suggesting he'd pull a rod on you.
Yeah, it's 20 to 1 that the gat was nothing more dangerous than a pipe.
But why'd he have to drive me past the Sutter Avenue Theater 3 times?
That was part of his mystery build-up. This world is full of screwballs, son.
You mean I just been played for sap, then?
I think so, because the last thing a real crook wants to do is attract attention from anyone. But I'll take down this guy's description just in case.
Yeah, he was tall and skinny. He was dressed all in gray, light gray hat, dark gray overcoat.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
47 Precinct Police Station, Sergeant Bonelli speaking. Hold up and murder.
Huh?
Sutter Avenue Theater?
Sutter Avenue?
Yes, I've got it. Men will be there in a jump. Goodbye.
Hey, what is it, Sarge? What is it?
Theater manager and girl cashier stuck up by a lone heist guy dressed all in gray.
All in gray?
Looks like the gag's on us, Goldfarb. Now, you stick with us. We may need you.
Right.
Olson?
Yeah?
Rush a detail over to the Sutter Avenue Theater.
Yes, sir.
Fogarty?
Yeah.
We'll have to call the call cars. Pick up a slender man about 6 feet tall, wearing light gray fedora and dark gray overcoat. Advise caution, he's a killer.
Right.
That's right.
Hey, who'd he kill, Sarge?
The theater manager. I'm calling Captain Logan a homicide.
Yeah. I'm getting to that theater with my camera. Wait just a minute, Miss Summers. I want still another picture of you. Stand on the left side of that office door this time. Huh?
I'm so upset, Mr. Casey. I can't pose anymore.
Look, this won't take a sec. This will be a profile shot. You've got a swell profile here.
Break it up, Casey.
Uh-oh. You finally got here, Logan, huh?
I'm here, and you'll take no more pictures. Hey, you precinct guys had no business to let this newspaper...
Don't blame them, pal. I got here at the same time they did.
Pipe down. The dead man's in that office, Sergeant?
Yes, Captain. Nothing's been disturbed in there. After we made sure he was dead, we came right out here in the lobby and closed that door.
Hey, you tech men, get in there and do your stuff. You too, Doc.
Yes, Captain.
This girl, the cashier?
Yes, sir.
She's got a name as cute as she is, Logan. Betsy Summers.
It's Betty, not Betsy.
Oh, Betty's cute.
Shut up, Casey. Miss Summers, my report is that you witnessed the hold-up and murder.
Yes, sir.
I'm Captain Logan, Homicide Squad. Please tell me everything that happened.
Well, I work in the booth out by the main doors. I'm the ticket seller. Tonight, as I always do, after the feature goes on for the last time, I checked the last of the day's receipts, closed the booth, and brought the money and the remainder of the last ticket roll used to Mr. Mackle's office.
Mackle's your theater manager?
He was.
Now, go on, please.
Well, as usual, he was inside, checking the previous receipts I'd given him, and his door was locked.
The door being locked as usual.
Yes. Yes, I knocked, and just as he opened the door, a hand was pressed down over my mouth. A man had come up behind me I hadn't seen or heard him. When the door opened, he pushed me inside, closed the door, and said he'd shoot Mr. Mackle and me if we made any noise.
Had a gun, huh?
We found the gun, Captain.
Now, wait, Sergeant. Go on, Miss Summers.
The man told Mr. Mackle to open the safe, and Mr. Mackle did as he was told. Then he must have thought he saw a chance to grab his gun. Anyway, he jumped at the man, and the man shot him. And then the man ran out that door, and I screamed. People finally heard me. They came to the office, and that's all I know.
Anyone see him make his getaway?
We haven't found anyone who did, sir.
Logan, take a look at this layout here. There's a fire exit leading to an alley only a few yards away from the door of that office. The guy went out that way, then through the alley to the street in back, which isn't heavily traveled.
We know he did that because we found his gun at the alley only a few feet from that fire exit.
Now, let's see the gun.
Here, sir. .32 revolver, no fingerprint on it.
One shell fired. Very recently. Now, Miss Summers, I understand you were able to provide a good description of the bandit.
Well, I can't be sure about his face, Captain. Things happened so quickly, and his hat was pulled down, his overcoat collar turned up, but I am sure about his height, his figure, and his clothes.
That's more than most witnesses are sure of.
Hey, Logan, have you heard about a previous report made by a cab driver on a mug answering the same description?
What's that?
A hacky named Goldbergs came to the precinct house just before this job was pulled, Captain.
Now, one thing at a time, you fellas. I want to know about this hacky and about everything else, but first let me get a complete picture of what's happened here. Now, Miss Summers, how much money did the stick-up get away with?
I guess about $6,000.
Not a bad haul. Now, you say your screams finally brought help to you, Miss Summers. Didn't anyone hear the shot that killed Mackerel?
No.
The picture being shown here, Logan, is a crime picture. At the time the shot was fired in that office, a noisy gun battle was coming over the soundtrack.
I see. Well, I'll take a look inside that office now.
Captain Logan.
Yeah?
I've got the guy in gray.
You've got...
You're nuts putting a pinch on me, copper.
Come on, you...
That's the man who held us up, Captain. He's the man who shot Mr. Mackle.
What's this babe talking about? I never saw her before.
I saw you. I recognize your clothes. You're the killer.
Shut up. Where'd you find this guy, officer?
I spotted him in the crowd outside.
I was there for the same reason the crowd is. I heard there'd been a stick-up.
Shut up, I said. You searched him?
First thing, sir. There's no gun on him, and he's not carrying the stolen dough.
Yeah, we know what he did with his gun. You fellow, where's the money you took? I asked you a question. Answer it.
Twice before, you told me to shut up. I'm taking that advice till I see my lawyer.
Stuff like that'll get you to no place. Where's the dough?
I give it to charity.
Well, since you want to play it the hard way, take him down to headquarters, boys.
Hey, Ethelbert, have Walter bring me up another cup of coffee, will you?
Sure, Casey.
Hey, Walter! Another cup of Java for this guy who never gets his breakfast before noon.
How about you, Miss Will?
No, thanks. I don't want to spoil my appetite for lunch.
Well, you were able to get to bed at a decent hour last night, Annie. I had to follow up that theater job.
Finish telling us what happened after the cops took that guy in gray down to headquarters, huh, pal?
Well, they identified him as a small-time crook with the name of Clint Morris.
Uh-huh.
He's been rapped a couple of times, but no gun stuff. There's none that's on the record. Goldfarb, the hacky, positively identified him as the tough guy he drove past the Sutter Avenue Theater 3 times. The guy out of his cab only a block away from him.
But he admitted nothing.
Not a thing, no. That guy's really tough.
Well, his toughness won't get him anywhere. Not with the evidence he's up against.
No. That evidence is far from complete, Annie. He's still got to be connected with that stolen dough.
Well, he will be. Just give the cops a little time. When they have an almost closed case like this, it isn't often they fail to shut it tight.
Yeah, but I can't help wondering about a lot of things.
What thing?
No, I'm probably all wrong. I won't stick my neck out this time. But when and if I ever get that second cup of coffee, Annie, let's you and me go down to headquarters and see what's happened since last night.
This is what's happened. The case against Morris is completely blown up.
Blown up?
Captain.
And you helped do it, Casey.
But me?
No, I'm glad it happened now instead of later. The pictures you took of Morris right after his arrest, pal, one of them ran in this morning's Express.
Uh-huh. Right on page 1, too.
Well, the guy saw it. A conscientious guy who runs a corner drugstore only 3 blocks from that theater.
Yeah.
He comes in here with 3 other guys about an hour ago, and they all swear that Morris was in the drugstore when the stick-up and the murder was committed.
So Morris has an alibi.
He has a perfect alibi.
Yeah, I figured he might have.
You figured
Well, after I woke up this morning, when it was too late to do anything about it.
It's funny, Casey. I got about the same idea at about the same time.
Yeah?
You men are so clairvoyant.
No, Annie, no. We're slow on the uptake.
In fact, we're dumb.
I don't get it.
Sit down, chums. Let's have a meeting of the so-called minds.
Here's how to brighten up your breakfast table for years to come at a cost of only $1 or $2. Get a few cups and saucers, a few plates of gay, colorful jadeite. Yes, jadeite, the revolutionary new dinnerware developed by Anchor Hocking. Jadeite is a delicate, inviting green in color. It has the texture of rare and costly porcelain. Yet jadeite is as strong and heat-proof as the Fire King oven glass you use for baking. And jadeite is incredibly low in price. For instance, a cup and saucer cost only 15 cents for the 2 pieces, and a complete 35-piece dinner service for 6 is yours for less than $5. Ask for jadeite at your favorite chain store, department store, hardware store, or any store selling chinaware and glass. Remember jadeite, spelled Jadeite. Jadeite, newest triumph of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
First, Logan, have you freed Morris?
No, but I'll have trouble holding him much longer. We've got nothing on him now.
Well, if his alibi is on the level, there's nothing he can tell you.
I think there's plenty he could tell, Annie. I guess Logan does, too.
Yeah. The guy made himself look guilty, Miss Williams.
You mean by his actions with that cab driver?
Why, sure. Morris deliberately called attention to himself.
I figure now, when it's a little late. And he was working with another guy. Another guy about his height and figure who wore the same kind of clothes.
And the other man did the stick-up.
Yeah. While Morris was establishing an alibi. And Morris got himself arrested, so the other guy'd have plenty of chance to get away with the dough.
I don't altogether agree with that theory, pal.
Why not?
Well, why should there have been another man in the deal?
Well, the girl cashier saw him.
Yeah, and only the cashier saw him.
Well, that girl.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Hey, she was trusted by her boss. He'd have opened his safe while she was there as a matter of course. She could have shot him under cover of that noisy picture and have thrown the gun into the alley from that fire exit.
Well, sure. Stuck the dough in a temporary hiding place before she yelled.
Yeah.
Morris, her boyfriend, would be pinched for the job before any kind of a search could be made. Well, you let her go. Well, she's had all night and this morning to recover that dough and to really hide it.
Have I been dumb?
Well, have I been dumber? I listened to Goldfarb and told him his tough guy passenger had been putting on an act. And I fell for the act.
I'll turn Morris loose, have him tailed night and day. Eventually, he'll contact that Summers gal or whoever worked with him, and then...
Yeah. That'll take a long time, Logan.
Well, of course, you know a quick, easy way.
Maybe. The Summers babe is a pretty cute little number.
What's her looks got to do with it?
Oh, to Casey, a gal's looks have everything to do with everything about it.
Now, you're wrong, Annie. You're wrong. But that applies to a lot of guys less smart than I am. It might apply to Morris.
What are you driving at?
Well, deals between men and women that result in robbery and murder are seldom just business deals, Bob. Look, they made us fall for a corny old trick, pal. I think we can make them fall for one, too.
I know my right, Captain. You got no excuse for keeping me here. 2 days ago, you learned I had an alibi, that I couldn't have pulled the theater stick up. Now, you gotta let me go.
Take it easy, Morris. We can hold you on suspicion. Casey, this guy denies everything.
Mm-hmm. He sounds on the level to me, Logan.
You don't know his kind like I do.
I am on a level. Oh, look, Casey, you're not a cop. You must know I'm getting a raw deal here. Can't you do something through your paper?
Oh, no. I'd like to, Morris, but you know how things are.
Yeah, sure. You got to string along with these coppers or you don't get news or pictures. You got to be as lousy as they are.
Come in.
Inspector Phillips wants to see you, Captain.
I'll be right with him. Morris, don't try to crash out on Casey while you're alone with him.
Bad chance with bars on the windows and steel doors with cops outside it.
I think you'll stay here. See you later.
You know, I'm really sorry for you, Morris. You are getting a raw deal.
Nuts, Casey. You're just like the cops.
No. Because I think I owe you something.
You owe me something?
Yeah.
What?
Well, if it hadn't been for you, I wouldn't have met a swell babe.
Babe?
Mm-hmm. The cashier at that theater. Betty Summers.
What about her?
I've been getting acquainted. She went to dinner with me last night.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Got another date with her tonight, too. And she's the kind of a gal I really go for. I guess she isn't finding me too hard to take either.
Why tell me about your love life?
Well, because, by accident, of course, you got me acquainted with her. Yeah, the only fault I find with her is that she's too easy to know.
Oh, she is, huh?
Yeah.
Well, all I know or care about her is that she made a phony identification of me.
Oh, she doesn't admit it was her phone.
You're nuts. How could you claim otherwise when my alibi's been proved?
Haven't the cops told you?
Cops don't tell me anything. Hey, look. That gal doesn't really hold out on me being the guy.
Oh, I shouldn't have mentioned that. I didn't know.
So that's why they're still keeping me here. And she's going places with you.
Well, going places with me has nothing to do with her insistence that you were the stick-up man, in spite of your alibi.
Well, thank her for what she's doing when you see her tonight, Casey. Tell her I don't forget little favors like that.
Hey, you're not threatening my gal, are you?
Your gal? No. I'm not threatening anybody, Casey.
Well, thanks very much for letting me take these additional pictures of you, Miss Summers.
Oh, you're welcome, Mr. Casey.
You know, it's an awful nice little apartment you have here.
It's comfortable. Rent's cheap.
That's good.
That's all a working gal can ask for. Which reminds me, I got to be getting to work. You'll excuse me, of course.
Oh, sure, yeah. I'll be on the way right away. Say, I guess it isn't easy for you to go back to that theater every day after what happened.
No, it isn't. I think I'll have to give it up and get another job.
Uh-huh.
By the way, the papers say that the police are still holding that man, that Morris, that I was so mistaken about.
Oh, yeah. They may hold on to him for quite a while.
Why? It's been proved he couldn't have shot Mr. Mackel and stolen that money.
Well, off the record, Miss Summers. The cops have an idea he may have been working with the real heist guy, see? But if he was, he's got no big worries, and he knows it. You know, Morris is a smart guy.
What do you mean?
Well, even if it can be proved that he connived in the crime, his alibi puts him in the clear as far as a murder rap's concerned. You see, his partner takes the rap all the way along the line. His partner did the killing, his partner took the money, and Morris took an alibi. Pretty dumb, that partner, whoever he is. Don't you think so?
Why, yes, but, Mr. Casey, I thought...
What?
I thought that when two people plan a crime together, they take the same chance, and if they're caught, both are considered equally guilty. Isn't that the law?
Well, in principle, yeah, but not in practice. You see, Morris is an experienced guy, and he protected himself. He's quite a character, that Morris. Miss Summers, as a woman, would you figure that low-browed, sour-looking string bean is hot stuff with a gal?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, the cops have found out that he's left broken-hearted dames all over the country. He loves them and leaves them, usually with all their dough in his pocket, too. Quite a guy, huh? Oh, say, look at me. Chewing the fat here. You want to get started. Well, I'll run along, and thanks again for letting me come up and shoot those extra pictures, Miss Summers.
You're welcome, Mr. Casey.
So long.
Bye. Who's there?
Me, Clint.
Clint?
Let me in.
Just a minute.
I'll close and lock the door.
You've escaped.
No, the cops turned me loose a couple hours ago. I'm legally free. Surprised, ain't you, Betty?
Surprised that you were foolish enough to come to my apartment. We're not supposed to know each other, and if you were followed...
I wasn't followed. I'm smart enough to know when I'm being tailed.
You're smart in a lot of ways.
Yeah. So are you, babe.
I wasn't, but I'm learning.
You learn fast. Too fast.
No, I learned almost too late. But I can think when an idea hits me in the face, Clint. And I've been thinking hard ever since I started for work this afternoon. I'm glad to see you tonight.
That goes double. Everything you said. But I thought I might have to stall around before I could see you until your boyfriend left.
My boyfriend?
Yeah, I listened for a long time outside your door there to make sure he was alone.
What are you talking about?
You played me for a sap.
I played you for a sap.
And how? After my brains playing that theater job. I even told you how and when to shoot your boss and where to hide the dough.
Sure. You planned all the dirty work for me while you set up an alibi that'd keep you in the clear.
That alibi will keep me in the clear. Even if you had the chance to rat on me. And you're the kind of wood rat, you little double-crosser. Trying to keep me in jail, going out with guys the minute I'm put away.
I didn't...
Don't lie to me.
Clint, let me go.
I'm going to kill you for what you did. I'm going to kill you.
Your mitts over her throat, Morris.
Take him off. Lock it.
You cops were outside that door listening?
And we heard a mouthful from both of you.
Your alibi won't do much good now, Morris.
This was a plant case. You trapped.
Yeah, now you walk right into it.
Casey, you...
Call me sweetie, Betty. Or didn't you know that I'm your boyfriend?
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. I'd like to remind the thousands of people in the United States listening to this program of one simple fact. You can now buy your favorite brand of beer and ale in a new kind of bottle that requires no deposit and never has to be returned to the store. Because practically every one of you has known the annoyance caused by empty bottles, I repeat, you can now buy your favorite brand of beer and ale in a new kind of bottle which requires no deposit. This new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle is light and compact, easy to carry home, takes up little space in your refrigerator. For more than 100 years, Americans have preferred beer and ale in clean, sanitary glass bottles. So here's a good rule. When buying beer and ale, always demand glass bottles. And remember, you can now buy your favorite beer and ale in a new kind of bottle that requires no deposit and never has to be returned to the store. The new Anchor Glass one-way bottle, a product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
The cops found the stolen money, huh, Casey?
Yeah, Ethelbert. Betty Summers told him where she'd hidden it. She told him everything.
And what she didn't tell, Morris did. After those two former lovebirds started to talk, it was hard to shut them up, because each one of them was blaming the other for the mess they'd gotten into.
I'll bet they blamed one another most for believing the stuff Casey told each one about the other, huh, Miss Will?
Well, that did seem to be a pretty sore point with them.
What made you figure they was that way about one another, Casey, and that you could bust them up the way you did?
Well,
Casey knows all about love, Ethelbert. He learned from books.
Annie, the vernal equinox will soon be here. Spring. You might let me take you for a drive by the seashore on some moonlit night in spring.
And?
Well, and then if it doesn't rain...
Yeah?
I might show you some things that can't be learned from books.
Oh, Casey, I can hardly wait for spring, moonlight, and guaranteed dry weather.
Say, what? You two are spoofing.
Why, Ethelbert?
I don't approve of spoofing the tender passion. As my sister Edna says, quote, love may not be all it's cracked up to be, but folks who won't give it a try ought to be cracked down on. Unquote, and I got business to attend.
I'm afraid Ethelbert and Sister Edna have something, Casey.
Yeah, Annie. Afraid they have. It's almost spring.
There's no moonlight, and it's raining.
Well, who cares? Let's go.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is written by Alonzo Dean Cole. It's brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass, Anchor Glass Containers, Anchor Caps and Closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Crime Photographer is directed by John Dietz and is based on the fictional character of Flash Gun Casey, created by George Harmon Cox. Original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. If your child were crippled, you'd do everything in your power for him. Lucky you, your child's all right. But how about your neighbor's child? It's within your power to help him. So buy Easter seals. Help crippled children. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is PBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
About 18 years, 195 pounds, blonde hair, last seen in the vicinity of Beverly Drive and North Venice. Suspect is reported to be carrying a .25 caliber automatic. If apprehended, hold for Detective Bureau for further investigation. KMA 394, 6:08 p.m.
This is Don Reed, a police recorder. Right now, you're riding in the back seat of Detective Unit 5-6. While you're with us tonight...
5-6 to Control 1. Starting mileage 9223, 9223. Officers Perkins and Krause reporting in service on the night watch.
Control 1 to 5-6-10-4, 6:09 p.m. Unit 5-6 in service on the night watch.
As I started to say before that call, you're going with us tonight. And remember, the people you hear are not actors. You're right here on the spot. Because this is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, Presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you now to Detective Unit 5-6, Somewhere in the Field, and to Police Recorder Don Reed.
Control 1256, come in.
5-6, go ahead.
Control 1256. Are you still in the vicinity of Sepulveda and Stevens Way?
10-4, we're a couple of blocks from there.
Control 1256, 10-4, meet Unit 50 at that location in the gas station regarding a man molesting 2 women.
10-4, will do.
In just a matter of a few seconds, we'll get the particulars on this deal. Actually, we only have a block or 2 to go. We've been checking out alleys in this district. We've had a number of burglaries here recently. Won't be long now, we'll be there. As a matter of fact, it should be here in the next block. There's the flashing red light of our uniform car. Here we are. Pulling into the drive. Officer Don Ellis over here talking to a couple of young women sitting in the car. Let's see what's up. Apparently, these are the 2 young women someone was molesting. Both highly nervous. One in tears.
Take too much notice, and then all of a sudden we noticed he started following us. He was running on a tail for a long time, and he's going that direction, and I stopped slow, and I even went to a red signal. Maybe he'd stop and I get rid of him. He came right up, and he's been following us for blocks, and I've gone everywhere to get rid of him. I've gone slow, I've gone fast. I pulled in the service station and everything else that you'd take off. And then he came back right in. And they started following us with these lights out for blocks.
Well, just to keep this fellow from following you anymore, we'll follow you on down while you let her out.
Well, I got to let her on home, and he knows where I was going to let her out because he was following us.
Well, that's fine. We'll follow you on down there, and if he's hanging around, we'll find out what he's doing.
Because when I tried to let her out of the house, I just was going to pull in front of the house, and he was coming behind us with his lights out, and he followed us for blocks, slid down the street until he had to turn his lights on. I went down to the center of town.
Did you get his license number?
I tried, but I couldn't get close enough to him. And he was over here, and then he was right on my tail half the time.
Well, you go ahead and start on down towards us. We'll fall behind you about a block.
I can't. I want to get her home, and I was scared to death of the lights out.
Don't worry about it.
I have to get home myself. I live way down in L.A.
Well, we'll follow you on down there, and then we'll follow you part of the way back if he doesn't show up anymore.
But he's got symptoms. I'm a nervous wreck already.
Okay, we'll follow you.
Okay. Ellis, we'll search the area and try to pick this fellow up. If you run across anything, why, give us a call. Fine.
To 5-6, can you read us?
10-4, 50, go ahead.
I spotted a car on this woman molest case. We're going to stop him now at Culver and Westerly.
10-4, 50, we'll come in from the north in case he makes a break for it.
Check. We're running in the curve right now.
We'll swing in just north of that intersection now.
Want to hand me that red lens in the apartment there?
Yeah, we'll do. Let me get squared away here. Gosh, it looks like Fibber McGee from out of his closet. Here you go. Thanks. Get that red lens on now. There we are. Well, just recapping for a moment. The uniform car apparently has the suspect stopped that was molesting those 2 women we were talking to a short while ago. We'll know more about that in just a few seconds. Hold on, we're going to flip a turn here. There's Unit 50 right directly ahead, parked at cross angles. They've got a dark sedan with both front wheels up over the sidewalk. Apparently the fellows had a little trouble getting this car stopped. Here we are. Well, here's a quick look. The uniformed officers have the suspect standing in front of the headlights. Young, unconcerned. Seems to be a joke.
What's the scoop? Strictly playing around.
What?
Strictly playing around.
Well, that's where you're going to get your trouble playing around. You had them pretty well scared.
I don't know why.
Well, they claim that you followed them every place they went.
I didn't think I could do it. I did very, very good in my estimation.
What do you mean you did good?
Well, I didn't think I could follow the car that well.
Well, weren't you rather aware of the fact that they didn't want your attention?
Well, let's put it this way. I had no intentions on them. They were much too old for me.
Well, what was the object in following and
I could do it.
Have you been drinking tonight?
I have been drinking.
How long ago?
1:30, perhaps.
Have you taken any dope or narcotics?
No, thanks.
When's the last time you saw a doctor?
A doctor?
Yes.
Not since my re-enlistment in July of last year.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to get yourself into trouble following women this time of night.
I get a kick out of this.
You get a kick out of it.
So I realize your position, but listen to this.
We have a citizen's complaint of you annoying two women.
Annoying.
Well, I consider it annoying.
Okay, you do, but I consider it a joke.
You consider it a joke?
As far as they're concerned, because they're way beyond me as far as annoying goes.
Well, then why do you follow them?
I told you to see if I could follow a car.
Well, why? What business of yours to follow a car?
I never tried it before. It's something new. I get a kick out of it. I have gotten a kick out of it. I don't anymore, that's for sure.
What else have you tried? You had kicks.
Well, not dope as you
Well, I'm not talking about dope necessarily. What else do you do to get kicks?
Alice, I'd take this fellow in the station, run a record and warrant check on him, and then contact the two victims and see if they want to sign a complaint against him.
Okay, we'll do.
Control 1 to 5-6, come in.
5-6, go ahead.
Control 1 to 5-6. On the wanted suspect reported carrying a gun. Description broadcast 6:08 p.m. this date. We have information this suspect is now in the bar at 3101 North Venice. 3101 North Venice. Code 2.
5-6, 10-4.
That's the boy in the red jacket that was... Hold on a minute. That's the boy in the red jacket that was carrying that gun, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The red lens on?
No, I don't want to. We're just got a couple of blocks to go.
All right. Slipping our way through the traffic. Now, the standard procedure in this type of case... Hold on, we're going to flip a turn. Standard procedure in this type of case, when we have reason to believe the suspect may be armed, is to try to take him in the open rather than a crowded bar. Of course, we may have to stake out on him rather than take a chance of injuring someone in a cafe. Should be up on the next block on the left-hand side. I'll check that. It should be on the right-hand side. Almost closing time for the bar. We'll have to wait just a bit, a few minutes perhaps, if he doesn't come out. Slowing down. Here it is, right off the right hand, slowing down out to the front door.
It looks like our boy in the second stool, the one in the red jacket.
Yeah. Looks like he's leaving right now. Well, here's the suspect coming out the door to the street. About 18 years, staggering a little. There's an older fellow with him.
Come on, Ted, let's take him.
Sergeant Perkins going to take the one in red, Ted Krause the other. We'll get in the middle, see what happens.
Both of you stand right where you are. We're police officers. Take your hands out of your pockets.
Officers shaking both boys down.
I said, where's the gun?
Apparently the suspect is under the influence of alcohol. Just looking blank. Well, he's clean. Doesn't seem to have the gun on him.
Fine.
What?
I ain't gonna find it.
Where'd you get it?
Been drinking at home, buddy's house, stuff like that.
No, not yet.
He's the friend.
Where are you just coming from now?
Walking on the street.
Whereabouts from? Where from?
Just walking on the street.
Well, where from? Where you been?
We've been uptown, around here.
Well, whereabouts is around here?
Cafe, got a couple cups of coffee.
When did you have your last drink? Put your hands up. 45 minutes ago, whereabouts? At home? You're lying.
Not lying.
You're lying. Don't tell me you're not. Been in any of these bars?
No.
You been this bar here?
No.
How about around the corner?
That doesn't make sense. We saw him sitting in the bar.
So drunk I can hardly stand up.
Suspect is getting belligerent. His language is getting out of control for the moment.
Play cool, will you? Play cool.
You don't talk to me like that.
You're
You're talking to a police officer now. You don't use that
I
kind
know
of
the
language.
man. Play cool, will you? He's okay, will you?
Okay, I'm here.
I know the man. Don't worry about it. I'm being picked up, too.
No, man, you're...
He knows me.
So what's the difference?
What do you... Don't act... Man,
Oh,
play
man.
it, will you? Play it right with these guys.
I play it right.
Look, you play it right with these guys, they'll play you right.
Play it right.
Look, play it right, will you? You treat them right, they treat you right. They got a duty to do. These guys around here with dope peddling and everything else, they got to do it. I know that much.
You tell me that you didn't come out of this bar.
I didn't. We didn't. That I'll swear myself. We haven't been anywhere around here.
In this
Where-
town.
I can drink anywhere I want, but he
I'm not
can't.
that dumb. I've been in the Republic. I mean, I've been screwed up, you know? My stepfather's one of the...
Look, I know you. All right, your stepfather. We'll take it out with him.
What can
Otherwise,
I do? The cops have got me.
they don't got you.
They don't got me. He's got
Look,
me.
any of these guys can drink around here.
You going here at all?
No.
You're lying.
I'm lying there.
That's right. Let's get in the police car. You want to take him in for me, Bill?
The district car just rolled in, putting the suspect in the red jacket in the car. Transport him to the station for further investigation. Now let's go over and check out the second young fellow. It's a funny thing. We tangled with him just a couple of weeks ago. We came out pretty good friends. Let's see what happens now.
You haven't answered my question.
Yeah,
Just
I
asking
know.
one question.
He wasn't in with me.
Was he in there?
I saw him in there, but he wasn't in with me.
Okay, I suggest you go on home.
Well, if you don't mind, may I ask you a question?
Yeah?
What are you going to do with the boy?
Going to straighten him out.
That's good. You're not going to put him in, are you?
All depends on his attitude when we get down to the station.
These guys out here, most of them are hopeless. I mean, I can't blame you guys one bit what you do. I mean, I know that. I mean, even
All
from
we
the
have
night
to do
you
is tell
picked
us
me
the
up.
truth. That's all we want.
Well, I'll leave it up to him.
That's about the way it's going to be.
I know that. I mean, I know you guys what you've got to
Yeah,
do.
take him on that way, Bill.
What you don't have to do. I mean, I'm not. I mean, I learned that. I mean, I had to learn everything the hard way. Take it easy now. Hey, please, don't give the guy a hard time, huh?
Give him a hard time. Not unless he gives me one.
Well, if he does, he deserves it. Okay, thanks a lot, man.
I wonder what he did with the gun.
I don't know. We'll check into it when we get back to the station. I'm pretty drunk right now. It's hard to get anything out of him.
Yeah.
Here on the code 6 at 3101 North Venice. 50 is bringing in the suspect. We'll talk to him when we get to the station. Suspect is in the station now. Want him to wait. 10-4, Control 1. We'll be there in a few minutes. Have him wait for us. Control 1 to 5-6, 10-4.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of a detective unit on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch.
CBS. Radio. I like it best. Radio. I like those CBS radio shows.
If you're sitting at home,
If you're out in the park,
CBS Radio's where you are. CBS Radio.
And now we switch you back to police headquarters, where an investigation is underway, and your police recorder, Don Reed.
We're here in the Detective Bureau. The father of the suspect has been giving us as much information as possible on the case. Seems the boy had a gun with him when he left home. Apparently he's gotten rid of it. The father's filling us in on the boy's background now.
Monday morning, she went round and around with him because, he got up and he just cussed her. He says, no female's going to tell me what to do. It's a heck of a way for you to talk to his mother, see. And I'll tell you, the kid's getting to be where he's dangerous. When he's got a few drinks, I'm telling you, he's just liable to kill somebody. He's not. In the morning, he eats his dinner, he's gone. You never see him more until 1:30, 2 o'clock, 2:30 in the morning. It's every night that way.
You think he's hanging around these bars down here?
I know he hangs out there a lot. He's drinking. And he's buying his liquor, too, for as that goes here. But it's just getting to be a ruination of the kid. The main thing is, I want to know what we can do to put him out on his own. And let him do it on his own. That's the only way in God's world he'll ever straighten out.
How old is he now?
He's 19.
19? You can put him out, legally.
Because he's working, his mother told him, she says, you're either going to pay and keep your obligations or you're going to get out on your own. He said, you can't put me out. They have a minor and just try to do it.
Oh, after 18 you can put him out.
I don't like to do it, and his mother is just about, she's on her rope, that's all. She's gone her distance because she's disgusted.
What's his draft status?
He has never got his, he was thrown out of the Marine Corps. And they've never sent him any other papers whatsoever. Now, the wife does all of his handwork, his laundry and washing and ironing and boarding and fixing him 4 sandwiches with that lunch pail every day in room board, and she only charged him $12 a week.
How much is he owe you now?
About $142, I think it is. I got the exact amount. It's unfortunate. And it nearly broke my wife's heart to have him talk to her the other morning the way he did. And when he started cussing her out, ordinarily I would have took it out and went in after the house. And I told her, I said, honey, I feel just like going in there and taking his clothes and putting them out on the driveway and say, there they are, get going. But it's just, I don't expect you to be no genius, but I just wanted to know what steps I would have to take to tell him to get out and get going on his own.
Well, let me talk to him first. And you contact me later during the night and I can tell you what's been going on, what we're going to do.
Okay. Well, thanks a million, fella.
Okay, you bet.
I'll see you later. All right.
Ray, bring in that young fellow now, will you? Yeah, his father's just going out the front door. Right.
He's sure off on the wrong track, isn't he?
Yeah. We'll see if we can find out anything more about the gun.
You want me to wait with him in here?
No, Ray. Wait outside, will you? Leave the door open.
You've been arrested?
Yeah. What for?
Drunk.
What else?
Here he is. Slim build. Long black hair.
Oh, sorry, a minute.
Bit shaky on his feet.
Would you shut the door?
No. Better put this back in.
I mean, I'm not trying to be rough in it, you know?
I'm not either. I'm running it here, though. You're not.
Could have been so many times.
Look, let me tell you something right now. You keep talking, you're going to talk your way right into jail. I haven't made up my mind whether I'm going to book you yet or not. You've been drinking, you're underage. That's illegal. Now just keep on talking that kind of language. Talk yourself right into jail. The jails are full of guys that don't know when to keep their mouths shut. What do you do with yourself?
What do you mean?
Well, you're not working.
I just been to loafing, irritating them, and driving to a sanitarium.
Why?
Oh, they worry. I had a gun there. I bought a gun for one of my buddies at work. 25 caliber automatic. I sold it tonight to go out and get some booze, you know. My man never has liked me since the adoption, you know. You know, I'm getting tired of the whole situation.
Look, we're not trying to roust you or give you a bad time. When I see you in a bar, then I ask you 10 minutes later if you've been in the bar, and you say no.
Yeah, but, I mean, you could have been drinking coffee, but when you picked me up, under the circumstances, just see my father. I mean, look at it this way. What do you think a kid can do nowadays? They got us in the corner. Now, I'm not talking with the cops. I'm talking with everybody. They got us in the corner. We can't, we can go dancing, yeah. We can go to the show. We can go to the beach, but we got to be off the beach by 12 o'clock.
Did you get rid of the gun?
I sold it tonight, and the kid was over 21. He works the same place I work. He used to work.
What did you have the gun for originally?
Well, I'll admit, I was drunk tonight at a party. I was kind of drunk. We got down to his place, and the guy started feeling me full of tequila. So I got pretty screwed up. I've been drinking vodka and calling straight all night. And,
you better start laying off that stuff, man.
I got troubles, man. Deep troubles.
What about your mother? How are you along with her?
I used to get along with her, but my stepfather's turned her against me. You can see why I'm so bitter lately.
What's the solution?
What's the solution?
Yeah.
I like to knock my stepfather's head right off his shoulder. That's the solution.
Think that'd do it?
It wouldn't do me no good, no. But at the time being, it sure would. Like I say, I was in the Marine Corps, I was in the brig quite a bit. I was in quite a bit of trouble. I was in a reform school. I was in a boarding school. I know what's happening. I know what's trying to happen to me right now.
Well, you're going to put a stop to it sometime.
Why should I?
What's it getting you?
It's not getting me nowhere. That's the trouble. But I'm going to try. I'm going to try it again until it does get me somewhere.
You're on the wrong track, man.
I know it. But I can't play the winning game, the losing game all the time.
You're playing it.
I know it so far.
If I was playing a losing game, I'd deal me another deck.
Well, so far I ain't been able to deal that deck. But my day's going to come sometime. And my stepfather's going to deal it.
That'll give you a satisfaction.
That would give me a great satisfaction. I sold that gun tonight. Now I wish I hadn't.
So then what would you accomplish?
I'd accomplish all I wanted to accomplish. So then they pull me to jail. I've been in jail before. It's not that I'm drunk. I spent 14 months behind locked bars, so another 14 or 20 months wouldn't hurt me a bit.
In that case, you won't mind spending an evening with us. Your condition with your attitude, I think you'd better cool off before you go home. Ray?
Yeah?
You want to take him off and book him plain drunk? Give him a chance to sober up.
What you have just heard is real, recorded as it actually happened on The Night Watch. And now back to Police Headquarters in Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's first case involving the suspect that was molesting the two women resulted in his being held for investigation. This consisted of checking into his background and poring through dozens of reports to determine if the suspect was involved in any similar events. As it turned out, the victims refused to sign a complaint, but a record of the incident was listed for future reference. The final case of the young fellow reported carrying a gun. As you heard, he had disposed of it prior to his having been picked up for intoxication. It's no secret to tell you this case was highly censored because of the verbal abuse the suspect heaped on the investigating officers. But we had more than just a defiant boy who was intoxicated. We had a person who was mixed up mentally and capable of committing a serious crime. Although he was held temporarily, the investigating officer gained his confidence and today he drops into the station regularly to ask advice. Now that we have this boy back on the right track, and if through this program we can reach others in a similar position and help them, then we have a purpose for bringing you Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by police recorder Don Reed.
That young David Allen is in the house. He's been waiting for you. I saw him come in.
Let him wait. Do him good.
There's a young fella. Gal didn't treat her fiancé like that, no, sir.
Fiancé? You mean ex-fiancé?
Well, in that case, I guess it's different. I didn't know.
Neither did he till this morning. Where's he waiting?
Inside somewhere, miss. I'll just put the car in the garage.
Good enough. Take over, Jonesy.
Yes'm. Been pushing a lawnmower all day. Now I get to have something push me.
No, confession.
That you, Joyce?
Yes, it's me. I'll be right in.
There you are, Joyce. I've been waiting for you.
Whoever would have guessed. What's the matter? Didn't you get my letter?
Yes. It came this morning. First thing this morning before I left for the
Well,
office.
if you got my letter, what are you doing here? It said pretty plainly that you and I were washed up, didn't it? Because if it didn't, I'll tell you now. We're all washed up. Now beat it.
All right, Joyce, I'll go, but tell me why. What have I done?
Done? You haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you mean. Except for the fact that you have no money, and that doesn't matter because I've got plenty. You're perfect. You're good-looking, normal, and your nails are always clean. There's nothing wrong with you except that you're dull, that's all.
So because there's nothing wrong with me, there's something wrong. Well, maybe there is something wrong with me. Something that you don't know anything about.
Oh, this I've got to hear.
Look, Joyce, I know where you get your money. I know that you don't own an honest dollar.
Why shouldn't you know that? You work for the man who takes care of my business.
You realize that all I have to do is tell what I know about where your money comes from, and you'll go to jail.
Oh, now we're getting around to blackmail, are we? Well, that's a point in your favor.
I never tell unless you make me, unless you do what you said you were going to do in that letter.
And then what?
Then I'll see to it that I'm not the only one that's hurt. Joyce, you've always had everything your own way. It's about time you were paid off. You've been getting away with murder all your life.
Oh, I have I? I've been getting away with murder all my life.
Yes, you have.
Keep talking, Alan. You're giving me an idea.
Good heavens, my boy, stop sitting at your desk mooning. What if our beloved client decided not to marry you? Forget it.
I can't, Mr. Stone.
You know, there's a strange philosophy employed by young men. Unless they garb their thoughts in the deepest black when a romance is done, to their minds the romance was not worthwhile. Come, boy, we have some figures to go over. Now, Miss Dixon's income for last week from the two gambling houses was... Now, let me see how much... I'll answer, Mr. Stone. Oh, sorry, lad. Can't have any of my clients hear that voice of yours on the phone this morning. They'll think things are desperate in this office. Well, aren't they? That, my boy, we shall discuss in a moment. Hello. Parker Stone speaking.
Mr. Stone, this is Jones, Miss Dixon's gardener.
Well, what is it, Jones?
Mr. Stone, I've been gardener to the Dixon family for 20 years. If Miss Dixon's parents were alive, I could go to them, but now I don't know what to do.
Come, man, what is all this?
Mr. David Allen, the young man who works for you, Mr. Stone.
Yes?
Last night, he and Miss Dixon had a terrible argument. After I put the car away, I heard them threaten each other, and, well, Mr. Stone, they both sounded as if they meant it.
Oh, they both did, eh?
I kind of like you to do something about that, Mr. Stone.
I definitely will. Thank you for calling, Jones. Goodbye. That was Miss Dixon's gardener, Alan.
So I gathered when you mentioned his name.
He said there was rather a serious quarrel at the house last night. I'm surprised that you lost your temper, my boy.
Look, let's not pretend any longer. Of course, you realize I know Miss Dixon owns a string of gambling houses. But I also know how you've been stealing from her. So, don't you try to be the big white father to me.
Alan, my boy, you surprise me.
Yes?
You surprise me greatly. And in the light of your remarks, perhaps I might relieve poor Jones' mind. He begged me to do something about your threatening Miss Dixon. You know, Alan, I think Jones has something there.
Come.
Mr. Markham?
That's right. Please come in.
Your secretary said it was all right to come in.
Yes, she let me know you were coming. You're Miss Dixon.
That's right, Joyce Dixon. All right, sit down.
Please do. Allow me.
Look, Markham, let's you and I not kid each other. You're the district attorney, and you know a lot about me, only you haven't been able to prove anything, right?
Go ahead, Miss Dixon.
I came up to tell you a couple of things. One is that I'm selling out. I won't be operating after this week.
And the other things?
I'll take them in order. My money is being handled by a guy named Stone, Bartley Stone. You know him?
Vaguely.
That's all anybody ever knows him. He's been stealing from me every week for I don't know how long, but I don't mind that.
You don't?
No, why should I? He runs my business, and he's stealing less than the next guy would, so what's the difference?
Mm-hmm.
But he's got a young kid working for him, a kid named David Allen. I was engaged to him till yesterday.
Nothing you've said sounds like a matter for you to come to me with, Miss Dixon.
I don't want any matter concerning me to come to you, Markham. Especially, I don't want you investigating my murder. See what I mean?
Oh. I wish you could stay a few minutes longer, Miss Dixon. My friend Philo Vance is expected here any minute, and there's nothing he likes better than to meet an intended murder victim.
Think I'm kidding, don't you?
No, I don't think so. I think you know you've caused my office a great deal of trouble in the past, and, well, you're not exactly one of our favorite people.
That means it's okay for somebody to murder me?
Not at all. But the point is that...
Well, hello.
Vance, come in.
Thank you.
This is Miss...
Joyce Dixon. How do you do, Miss Dixon? I'm Philo Vance.
How do you know my name? We've never met.
No, that's right, we haven't. But your initials are on your handbag. The name Joyce is on that pin you're wearing on your blouse, and besides, Mr. Markham's secretary told me. What are you upset about, Miss Dixon?
Who says I'm upset?
You say it. Well, not in words, but there's a bit of polish peeled from the index finger of your left hand. Women generally do that when their nerves are acting up. Not only that, but you undoubtedly left your home in a hurry.
Now, wait a minute, Vance. If there were anything obviously wrong with the way Miss Dixon is dressed...
Look, both of you, stop taking me apart. All right, so I'm nervous. I'm upset. I did leave my house in a hurry. Who cares? But how did you know, Vance?
A woman's curiosity finally triumphing over her sophistication. Miss Dixon, your makeup is very revealing. You neglected to use mascara on the eyelashes of your right eye. The other eye is made up perfectly. Either you were too upset to realize what you had missed doing, or too much in a hurry to leave, or both.
Okay, so it was both. Now let's stop this before you tell me what I had for breakfast. Look, Vance, I came up here to see Markham, but now that I get a look at you, I'd rather talk to you.
Well,
How'd you like to be my bodyguard?
professionally?
What else?
I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. Now, Markham,
Let's say my escort.
Well,
I'm on a spot, Vance. Markham will tell you all about it. There are at least two guys who'd be happy to see me dead. And I've got an idea they're not the patient type.
Miss Joyce, if what you really want is protection, the police will supply that.
Skip it, Markham. I don't only want protection. I want Vance.
Hello, Joe's Diner.
Oh, hi. This is Dave Allen, apartment 3A in the boarding house on the corner. Can you deliver some food up here?
It's a little late, Mr. Allen. 10 o'clock.
Well, it won't take you a minute.
Okay. What do you want?
Get me some tomato juice, a sandwich of some kind, and a bottle of milk.
What kind of a sandwich? We got all kinds.
Oh, I don't care. Anything.
How about a combination sandwich?
Okay.
Have it up in 5 minutes. Tomato juice, sandwich, and a bottle of milk. Anything else?
Yes, but it's nothing you can do anything about.
I will have your table in just one moment, Monsieur Vance. Thank you, Jacques. Well, Miss Dixon?
Having wonderful time. Glad you are here.
Thank you.
The show you picked out was real good, Vance. And this joint is real classy.
In any event, you have been safe all evening.
That I have. 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 That I have.
Well, you brought me up to date on your situation, Miss Dixon, but you haven't told me too much about your ex-fiancé, David Allen. How about that?
But Dave, well, let's see. He's tall, blonde, wears heavy glasses, eats only what's good for him, salads, stuff like that, drinks milk all the time, and wears 3-button suits, only he buttons all 3 buttons. Oh, really? You know the type?
Quite well. Sounds rather conventional.
That in itself is enough for me to dislike the guy. Oh, here's the head waiter.
Right this way, if you please. Monsieur Vance, I think I have your table.
Vance. Oh, excuse me just a moment, please. I'll be right there, Markham.
Markham, wonder what he wants.
Jacques, would you please escort the lady to my table?
My pleasure, monsieur.
Don't be long, then.
You should have enough conceit to believe that I'll want to hurry. Excuse me, please.
This way, if you please, Miss Dixon. The table is right this way.
What is it, Markham?
Vance, I'm glad I found you. Your very efficient secretary told me you were here.
Her very efficient employer always gives her his itinerary, Markham. What's the matter?
Vance, David Allen, the ex-fiancé of the young lady you've been escorting all evening, was found shot to death an hour ago.
Really? Where?
In his room. From what we can gather, he came in at 10 o'clock and immediately ordered something from a place called Joe's Diner on the phone. At 10:15, the man from the diner found the door open and Allen dead.
Well, this started out as a pleasant evening. Now it's becoming an interesting one. I'm going to go to work on this case at once, Markham. And perhaps I'll get some food for thought at Joe's Diner.
Only to me a thing like this happens. Only to me.
You realize why I'm asking you these questions.
No, I don't, Mr. Vance, and I don't care. Only to me does a thing like this happen. 10 o'clock, I'm ready to quit work, and I got to take an order from a guy who gets killed a couple of minutes later.
Now, let me get the facts straight. Mr. Allen called you at 10 o'clock.
On the nose. He orders tomato juice, a combination sandwich, and a bottle of milk, and he hangs up. Only to me does a thing like this happen. Then he gets killed.
Yes, and only to him did a thing like that happen. Well, thank you very much. I have an idea that what you've told me is very important, which makes it exceptionally important that I find out what it means.
Vance, there are too many things about this case I don't understand.
No explanations yet, Markham. That is, none that would satisfy you. Well, we'll find out in a moment about Mr. Stone. He's Miss Dixon's business manager, and David Allen worked for him.
Yes. Now, let's hope he's at home.
There's one way to find out. That's his apartment door.
I see what you mean. I don't hear anything from inside, Vance.
I don't either.
You know, it is possible that Mr. Stone isn't at home, even though it is 2 a.m.
Yes, it is. No question about it. It's also possible Mr. Stone took a sleeping pill, fell asleep, and is too drowsy to hear our knocking.
Oh, please, Vance, stop being so logical.
All right. I'm coming.
Oh.
Who is it making all that... Oh, the district attorney.
Hello, Stone. This is Philo Vance.
How do you do?
At some other time, under some other circumstances. Meeting the great Philo Vance would indeed be a pleasure. Gentlemen, I've been asleep. I've taken a sleeping pill.
Vance figured as much, Mr. Stone, but we've got to come in and talk to you.
Very well. Come in. But if I fall asleep, it won't be the company. You understand that, my friend. Neither the company nor the hour. Merely the pill I took. And please come in.
Thank you.
And now, gentlemen, what is it that I can... That undoubtedly must be for one of you. It can't be for me at this hour.
Why not try answering it, Mr. Stone?
Excellent idea. Hello?
Hello, Bartley.
Oh, Joyce. What is it you want at this time of night?
Bartley, come over to my house at once before the police get here. My gardener, Jonesy's been murdered, and I've got to talk to you.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll call you later.
You can talk to her now, Mr. Stone. We could hear Miss Dixon very plainly.
The police are here now, Joyce. I'll be right over. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So Miss Dixon's gardener has been murdered. I'll get Sergeant Heath on the phone at once.
Do that, Markham. Oh, by the way, Mr. Stone, how long had you been sleeping, would you say?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. I guess I stopped reading about midnight. What time is it now?
2 a.m.
Well, what about it, man? Why the question?
You were reading in bed, of course.
That's right. I put on my pajamas, took a pill, and got into bed.
Did you now? Mr. Stone, do you always put your pajama coat over the shirt you wore today? You ought to be a little more careful. The collar is quite visible. You'd been out. Only came in a few minutes before Markham and I knocked. Where had you been?
Wouldn't you like to guess?
Yes. And wouldn't you like to know what I've guessed?
This is District Attorney Markham. Philo Vance says to call this the combination murder case. It opened with a completely conflicting situation. David Allen, former fiancé of Joyce Dixon, was found dead in his room at 10:15. And a nearby restaurant reported he had ordered a light snack at 10 o'clock. While the medical examiner is conducting his investigation, Vance and I have learned of the death of a man named Jones, Miss Dixon's gardener. My men report that Bartley Stone, business advisor to Miss Dixon, is at her home now. It is ours.
Now let me see, my dear. This is quite a problem. Quite a problem.
I don't need you to tell me that. Listen, Bartley. I have an alibi for Dave Allen's death. I was with Vance. But I was at home when Jonesy was killed in his quarters.
Why did you kill him, my dear?
I kill him? Why should I kill him?
I don't know. But if you didn't, why send for me?
Now, look, Bartley, let's not get cute with each other. I don't want any investigations around me. I can't take them, and nobody knows that better than you.
Well?
You've got to do something for me. If anybody asks you any questions, you can tell them that you were with me. That you met me as soon as Vance left me at the Golden Eagle nightclub. You were with me for hours.
Preposterous, my dear, preposterous. Vance and the district attorney were at my apartment when you phoned about Jones' murder. I told you that.
Yes, but you also told me that Vance figured you weren't asleep at all, but had just come in. Okay, so you admit you just came in. You were with me. That's all there is to it.
I admit that sounds very good for you. Why should I lie? For you.
For a very good reason, because I can send you to jail for mishandling my money if you don't.
You can send me to jail. My dear, where do you think you'll be when you do? All I have to do is talk, you know.
You won't talk, and you'll say what I told you to.
Now, Joyce, put down that ashtray. Put it down. We can discuss this reasonably.
You'll tell Vance you were with me, do you hear?
Now, Joyce, listen. Keep away from me. You and I can make a deal. Put that ashtray down.
You'll tell Vance we were together?
No.
You practically sent out an invitation for this, Bartley. You begged for it.
No, don't.
Hello?
Miss Dixon, this is Philo Vance.
Oh, hello, Mr. Vance. Rather late for a social call, and much too late for a business call, isn't it?
I'm just trying to make an appointment for breakfast with you. Can Markham and I pick you up at, say, 9:30?
I don't know. Why not?
No, but I'll wager you'd like to know what for. Now, Markham, please stop concentrating. It's a beautiful morning, and we're on the way to the home of a very definite suspect, Miss Joyce Dixon.
Suspect in which murder, Vance?
Both murders.
She has a slight alibi for the time when Dave Allen was murdered. She was with you.
So it would seem. But I'm not certain she was.
Well, we know Allen came into his room and ordered something to eat at 10 o'clock and was found dead at 10:15. Or do we?
The murderer would like us to believe that, I'm sure. In fact, that might be the reason poor Jones was murdered.
Vance, you're going much too fast to suit me.
And much too slowly to suit me. Drop me at the corner of Miss Dixon's house, Markham. I'd like to go in there alone, if you don't mind.
I'll do it on one condition. Tell me when this case will be over and why you think that Allen might have been killed long before 10 o'clock, at which time we think he called Joe's diner.
All right, Markham, I will. Wait a minute.
What is it, Vance?
I've just thought of something. You drop in on Miss Dixon, Markham. Stay with her all day if you have to, or get a police guard for her.
What's going on, Vance?
I'm going on to see Bartley Stone again. One piece of information, and by this evening, Markham, I think I can promise you, this will no longer be an unsolved murder case. Nasty cut on your head, Mr. Stone. What happened to you?
An accident, Vance.
I hardly imagined you'd done it on purpose. Mr. Stone, there's only one question I have to ask you.
By all means, sir. By all means. I'm quite at your service.
Thank you. You see, Mr. Stone, I believe that David Allen and the gardener were killed by the same murderer. And I think I know who that is.
Oh?
Oh. Tell me this one thing. Did you ever have dinner with Allen? Did you know anything about his personal habits?
I didn't associate with my employees, Vance. But I did have lunch with Allen several times. Did I tell you what you want to know?
Not yet. Tell me a little more about him. Things you do know.
He was quiet, reserved, conservative. He was a vegetarian. He never drank anything but milk. Very healthy young man, sir. You'd think he'd have lived to be 100. Now, have I told you what you want to know?
You most certainly have. And now I'll tell you something you might not want to know. By midnight tonight, you'll be in jail.
Don't get up, Miss Dixon. I'll answer the phone.
It's my house, Markham, or am I under arrest?
No, not yet, but I'll still answer the phone. Hello.
That you, Markham?
Yes, Vance, where are you?
I've just left Bartley Stone. Listen, Markham, is Miss Dixon there with you?
Of course. Why?
Ask her this question. I'll hold the phone. Ask her if Jones, the gardener, was ever in the house when David Allen was being served anything to eat.
Just a minute, Vance. Oh, Miss Dixon.
Well, what is it?
Vance would like to know whether your gardener ever saw your ex-fiancé, Dave Allen, have dinner at this house.
No, he never did. I didn't allow the gardener in the dining room. All right, so what does that make me, a snob?
I don't know yet. Oh, Vance.
Yes, Markham, I heard Miss Dixon. Tell her it doesn't make her a snob. Tell her it makes her a murderer.
Got here, Vance. What's the idea of having me held here in my own house?
That was my idea. It was to prevent you from killing anyone else, Miss Dixon.
Oh, really? And just who am I supposed to have killed?
Your ex-fiancé and your gardener. And I don't doubt that you might also try to kill Bartley Stone, which is one reason I thought I might have to confine him to jail for safekeeping.
Philo Vance, the great mastermind. You stand there and tell me I murdered a man who was killed at 10 o'clock at night while I was with you at 10 o'clock. Oh, brilliant deduction, Vance. Don't understand how you do it.
David Allen wasn't killed at 10 o'clock. The police believed he was because of that phone call made to Joe's diner. Only Mr. Allen didn't make that call. Your gardener did.
Oh, you were there and saw him, I suppose.
I didn't have to be there. You see, your gardener picked up the phone at your orders, and he told Joe's diner to send him some food. But he included in that food something that told me the whole story. He included a combination sandwich.
Very interesting. And that proves conclusively that I killed Allen.
It doesn't sound as if it would, but it does. You see, a combination sandwich consists of ham and cheese. Allen was a vegetarian, but your gardener didn't know that. Allen would never have ordered a sandwich with meat in it.
So Bartley Stone could have been the man making the call, establishing an alibi of his own. No?
No. Stone knew that David Allen was a vegetarian, and he isn't the kind of man who'd forget.
I'm not the kind of girl who forgets. You know, you really are brilliant, Vance. By the process of elimination, you figured I killed Allen, then killed my gardener so that he could never say he covered up for me.
Exactly. And right now, you're imagining you're going to kill me.
Oh. It's more than imagination. I'm going to do it. Right now.
Please put down that gun, Miss Dixon. Mine is pointing directly at you.
Markham, where did you come from?
I'll take that gun, young lady. And in answer to your question, I've been in the back of the drapes in this room. Vance asked me to be on hand.
I'm very glad I did.
Well, now you know I killed 2 men. I made the mistake of practically admitting it. Vance, what made you suspect me? Tell me that. It'll make me a little happier.
What made me suspect you? Merely the fact that you wanted me around the night David Allen was killed. You wanted it to be known that you were with me at 10 o'clock, at which time you had your gardener presumably establish the time of death. It was a little too rigged. Didn't strike me right.
That's fine. You get a hunch, I get a murder rap. Huh? That's the way things go, I suppose.
I'd like to know one thing, Miss Dixon. Why did you kill your ex-fiancé?
He was going to turn rat. Tell what he knew about me. Just to convince me he wasn't such a goody-goody. And that was the end of him, even though he didn't know it at the time.
Yes, Markham, that was the end of him. That also was the end of a faithful servant who tried to cover up a crime for Miss Dixon. And this is the end of the combination murder case.
Finally, I learned that Janie was working at another club way out on Green Oaks Road. I had a long talk with Janie after she'd finished the first show. Then I got back into my car and drove to the hotel where Misto told me he was staying. I found Misto in bed, nursing the biggest shiner I'd ever seen.
Oh, you didn't restore my memory, and you almost killed me.
Relax, Misto, your memory will come back. And as for that wallop, I didn't know it at the time, but you had it coming. I pulled up a chair, sat down at his bedside. Misto, you told me yourself you're old enough to be Janie Moreland's father. Well, you didn't remember that last night. You mistook her homesickness for love, asked her to marry her. And when she refused, you got nasty about it. She finally slapped you, said she'd tell Damati. Misto's stricken face told me that memory was flooding back. You know you've been slipping. Your kind of act isn't as popular as it used to be. If you got fired for bothering a performer, you'd be washed up. But Janie knew that, too. She's a trooper, so she said nothing. Just walked out on the show. Now, what's the area of Texas?
267,339 square miles.
Okay. Your memory block is cured. You owe me $250 and Janie Moreland a formal apology. In writing. And that's all there was to finding a missing memory. Like I said, if you search your mind for the things you've forgotten, you'll generally find, if you find at all, that they're the things you're ashamed to remember. Calling all detectives. Most people don't believe in magic. But I once saw a ring that held the power of death over 3 people. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. This world is full of a lot of peculiar things. And just because a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, doesn't always understand them, that doesn't mean they can't be understood. The teletype machine in Lieutenant Dawson's office was banging out the news of crime around town. Accidents, fights, and occasional holdup. The kind of police news that's always happening in a big city. Dawson and I weren't watching the teletype. We were sitting there with our feet up on Dawson's desk and talking of the good old days. Then the door opened, and John Woolman walked in. We didn't know his name then. All we knew was, "Lieutenant, arrest me! Lock me up! I'm a murderer!" Dawson's feet thudded to the floor. "Who'd you kill and why?" "I killed Valerie Dayton without any reason, even though I never saw the poor girl." Dawson looked at me, winked. I shrugged. Valerie Dayton was the madcap daughter of Tom Dayton, the oil millionaire. The man who just confessed to her murder was young, seedy-looking, wild-eyed. The kind of crackpot who couldn't meet Valerie Dayton in a year of Sundays. Dawson grinned at him. "Well, now, how did you kill Miss Dayton if you never met her?" "I can make anybody die by wishing his death on my magic ring. I tried it with Valerie Dayton, and I know she's dead." A crazy story, yeah. Except that the teletype started spelling out the news that Valerie Dayton had just died in an automobile accident. A man claimed to have a ring with which he could wish anybody's death, and then proved it when a society girl was killed in an automobile accident. "I knew she'd die. My ring made her die. Lock me up. I'm a murderer." I thought Dawson would have a stroke. "Listen, you. Now, look. It's a coincidence. Miss Dayton's car blew a tire. She went off the road. You couldn't have anything to do with that. Go on home. Forget about it." That's when I talked up. "Before you go, better leave your name and address, just in case there are any more funny coincidences." Woolman left after identifying himself. By then, Dawson was his old, unruffled self again. "Jerry, I think that guy had you half convinced." "About his magic ring, Dawson?" "Not half convinced. Say 10%. The next morning, I read the accounts of Valerie Dayton's death in the papers. It was an accident, all right. Her garage man had objected to her taking the car out, warned her that the right front tire needed changing. She didn't listen. and won her last headline. I spent most of the day out on a case. In the afternoon, I checked with the message-taking service, learned that I'd had an urgent call from Police Lieutenant Dawson. Come to headquarters immediately.
Jerry, that Woolman guy is back. He says he's going to prove he's a murderer, because he's willed the death of J.N. Cars.
Jack Cars was the richest man in town, owned a shipping line, a dozen other businesses, and was prominent in the town and country set. Have you checked on Cars? Is he alive?
Certainly I checked. Certainly he's alive.
And why get excited, Dawson? And where's Woolman? Dawson turned purple.
I locked him up. Jerry, he's either the world's most dangerous killer or completely insane.
Oh, Dawson. Now you sound as though you believe Woolman. Me? I still believe it, only 10%. You know the story as well as I do. The death of Jack Cars caused a worldwide slump in shipping stocks. Just in case you've forgotten, Cars had a heart attack, fell from his 17th floor penthouse. Dawson didn't trust himself to leave his office, so I went on down to the cell block. Woolman got up as a guard and I entered. I noticed another man stretched out in one of the bunks, asleep. Woolman followed my glance.
That poor guy doubted the power of my ring, so I proved it to him by willing his death.
He'll die, of course. I gritted my teeth. Come on, Woolman, you want it upstairs? Woolman nodded, held out his hand.
I suppose you want my ring?
To me, it was just a cheap gold ring with a gold snake and a tiny agate eye. And I still only believed Woolman 10%. No, I don't want the ring, but maybe Lieutenant Dawson does. Come on. Through 2 hours of grilling, Woolman looked terrified but stuck to his story. His ring was magic. Okay. Where'd you get the ring?
It was given to me by a very old man I met one night in Washington Park.
The guard from downstairs walked over to Dawson, whispered in his ear. I didn't have to hear his words. I knew what he was saying. That the prisoner who'd been locked up with Woolman was dead. No matter how fantastic a story any man tells, I never figure he's 100% liar. Nobody is. There's always about 10% of truth in the wildest story. And that 10% is what I was looking for at the garage where Valerie Dayton, the dead society girl, had kept her car.
A woman? No, I don't know anybody by that name. What's the guy look like?
About 5'9", black hair, brown eyes, thin mouth, walks a bit stooped.
Oh, sure. You mean Eddie Moynier. Didn't wake here after last week when I fired him. Didn't like the company he kept. Mugs hanging around all the time.
Thanks. That's what I wanted to know. At the police lab, the guy in the cell with Woolman was Joey Scully. Held on suspicion of murder. Candy store holdup. Uh-huh. And what did Scully die of? Poison. Can't understand how he got the stuff. Maybe you can't, Doctor, but I've got a mighty good idea. Yeah? Woolman was still in jail, protesting that the police had no reason to hold him. All of a sudden, he wasn't so anxious to brand himself a killer. I faced him for the last time in Dawson's office. It was kind of a tough break, Woolman, when Jack Cars died. You never really thought he would. You just wanted to get locked up with your pal Scully long enough to poison him. Make sure he wouldn't implicate you in that candy store holdup. You thought that when we found Mr. Cars didn't die as predicted, you'd be released and well on your way out of town before Scully's death was discovered. It was your tough luck that Cars died and you were kept in jail because Dawson really believed your story of the magic ring. Yeah? He broke down. Finally. He knew Valerie Dayton drove fast, knew the tire on her car was weak because he'd sneaked in and frayed it. He gambled that she'd be killed and won. Then gambled that Cars wouldn't die and lost. Like I said, there's generally a little truth in the wildest lie and a little lie in the most sober truth.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Collector's Item.
Hey, turn the corner, cabbie. Don't lose them.
Don't worry, mister. There they are up ahead of that new Nash.
Uh-huh.
And a white Panama hat shows up through the back window of that cab like a signboard. Besides, I've been doing okay so far, ain't I? We stayed in this tail for 20 minutes now.
Yeah, but I've been tagging the guy under that hat for 6 hours.
6 hours?
For a movie, a Turkish bath, 3 bars, a restaurant, and 2 museums. Close the gap a little, huh?
Whatever you say, mister. They're liable to spot us. How much longer you going to keep this up?
What difference does it make as long as your flag's down?
Big difference. My old lady'd be awful sore if I don't get home tonight. And this follow-the-leader routine looks like an endurance contest.
Take it easy, cabbie. At 10 o'clock tonight, a certain big deal will be closed, and then we can both forget about that guy up there and go home.
Big deal? What kind of big deal? I ain't nosy. I just don't want no trouble.
You'll get no trouble.
It's approximately legal, ain't it?
Legal as Confederate money.
Nah, just a minute. I got a living story, and I'm serious.
So am I. Serious as a rare coin dealer.
Oh, a numismatist.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what do you know? I collect Indian pennies myself.
Small world.
And the guy up there in the hat's trying to louse up a sale, huh? That it?
Roughly, yeah. Keeping an eye on him till the deal goes through at 10. He's a screwball from the deep south.
Hey, the light's changing. He's going to be caught. You want I should slow down?
No. Pull up behind him. It's okay.
Right. Hey, mister, look. You see that?
Yeah. Panama hat, it's gone.
Yeah, when that driver hit his brakes, it disappeared.
Pull up beside him, quick.
Can you see?
Yeah, the seat's empty. Ooh, what a pair of chumps. They've been chasing nothing but a hat propped up in the back of that seat.
No kidding. Gee, it sure looked natural, didn't it, mister?
Nuts. Let me out. Now, look, you get the other driver. Find out where he dropped his passenger off and anything else you can. Here. Here's $30 for your trouble.
Wow, for that kind of dough, my wife can go ahead and get some. Call me at the office, mister. Just ask for Joe Joplin. Keep your shirts on, you get there.
Come on, Rayardi, be there. You'll go off like a Roman candle. Come on, be there.
Hello. Hello, Leon Rayardi speaking here.
Marlowe, Rayardi, I got bad news for you.
Huh?
Our boy, Seth Appleboro, pulled a backwoods gag on me, and I fell for it, flat on my face. He shook me. I don't know how long it happened, but...
But I do. I know exactly how long ago. Appleboro was here.
He was?
He was in my shop. He's a madman, that madman. Swore he would kill me, but he didn't.
What happened?
He was after the coin, of course. He got tough. But I got more tough. I'm not born the day before yesterday. I was forced to ruin a beautiful Renaissance vase on his stupid skull, but at least I got rid of him. So I say phooey on Seth Appleboro.
Oh.
I beat him up myself, you hear? And I throw him out. It's finished. So at 10 I shall sell the coin to Pierre Baldwin as arranged, and that will be that.
Well, glad to hear it, Rayardi. To send the check to...
Just a minute, Mr. Marlowe.
Huh?
Who's there? Who's back there? Who is it?
Rayardi. Hey, Rayardi, what's the matter?
No, wait. No, listen, don't!
Rayardi!
Marlowe, you...
Rayardi! I ran out of the phone booth, hailed the first cab that came along, and headed for 113 Marion Avenue. Leon Rayardi's shop was a narrow cell with tattered green shades drawn over dingy windows. The front door was locked, so I went around to the alley where I'd left my car earlier. The back door to Rayardi's was half open. Rayardi sat on the floor, his legs straddled out, his head slumped against the bottom drawer of his desk like a drunk too tired to look for the way home. Beside him on the floor was all that was left of the reason for it. A small open box lined with blue velvet and labeled Unique, Confederate States of America, $50. One of 4 struck at New Orleans Mint, 1861. Only piece of this series now in existence. Source, Colonel J.J. Appleboro Collection, 1880. But the box was empty. The 4 bits worth of Confederate money was gone. I picked the phone up in my handkerchief and called the cab company office. A few minutes later, I had Joe Joplin.
Yeah, I got that other driver okay, mister, but I couldn't pry much out of him. Even the hard way, I tried. He left that southern drawl off at the Wilshire Gardens, Villa 9. And he got orders to take the Panama hat on a $10 drive around town.
That's all?
That's all he knows. He thought it was some kind of joke.
Wilshire Gardens, number 9. Okay, Joe,
Yeah.
thanks. I called Homicide, told Lieutenant Matthews where he could pick up the body, and before he could order me to stick around, promised to fill in the details later and hung up. After that, I got in my own car and drove to the Wilshire Gardens Hotel, Villa 9. What finally came to the door and eased it open a cautious 2 inches. Had a mop of renegade hair the color and shape of tumbleweed. A body as gaunt as a piece of barbed wire and 2 sick gray eyes. I tried hard to hide under a pair of scrub brush eyebrows. Seth Appleboro wasn't glad to see me.
State your business, sir. What's more, I'm a busy man. I'm not well, so be brief.
Okay, we'll start off with murder.
Murder? Now, see here,
We'll
sir.
follow that with a missing Confederate $50. Now, do I come in peaceful like, or do I knock the door down?
Don't go riling me up, Yankee. Well, you won't get in at all. What's your name?
Philip Marlowe. My business at the moment is trying to square things with a client I let down very badly.
Client? Then you must be referring to that low-down, unscrupulous carpetbagger, Leon Riotti.
You're a little confused, aren't you? Riotti's from Italy.
From northern Italy, sir. And a crooked, unprincipled carpetbagger.
You said that.
The kind who strips the South of her treasures. Who pillages and loots and... What? A gun? Well, what's the meaning of that firearm in your hand, sir?
I haven't got time for another civil war. Now get away from that door. I'm coming in.
You carpetbagger.
Now, let's knock off the nonsense, Appleboro. Where's the $50?
Where, indeed. My poor old fool of a grandpappy, the colonel, sold it. Sold it for practically face value, sir. Just to keep body and soul together on the plantation back in 1880. And what he was give for it wasn't worth dirt compared to what that fine old piece of Confederate money's really worth.
All right. Where is it? Come on, hand it over.
Oh, I don't have it, sir.
Oh.
Not yet. But by ginger, I'm going to get it. And when I do, it's going home where it belongs, you hear? To the South. Oh.
You better go to the couch and take another pull on your mint julep, Buster. You look bad.
My head.
And then I want that coin. I'm not kidding.
That Riotti crowned me with an iron pot. Oh. But that won't stop me, sir. I'm not going to stand by and let that rare old $50 be desecrated any farther. I'll prevent it being sold to any rich, dawdling oaf of a collector who has the audacity to live in Sherman Oaks. If it's the last thing I do. And you, sir, you won't stop me either.
Sit down, I told you.
Oh.
You crackpot.
Oh, my head.
I should have known. Win, lose, or draw, I'm turning you over to the police right now, Appleboro. Charge is murder and larceny, and it's too bad, but you're a cinch to beat both raps on a goofball plea.
You, big boy, put down the phone, drop your gun.
Oh, rebel reinforcements.
Drop it, I said.
Oh, friend indeed. Providence is still smiling, sir.
Yeah, sure. She's hilarious, Mr. Appleboro. Right, big boy? Well, don't you see the humor of the situation? Oh!
The stranger had a flat, saucer face. A sour grin in the left hand like a trip hammer. I'd done my best to roll with a punch, but I'd still caught enough of it to jar my brains loose. When I finally got up again, Villa 9 was empty. It took a while for that to soak in, along with another fact. I was up against a team. Appleboro and Saucerface. Also, it was now 9:30, which gave me just half an hour to get to Sherman Oaks for what had to be the next scheduled meeting. The Boneman Mansion on Clooney Drive, from giant iron gate out front through overgrown grounds and up to the entrance, looked a lot more like the prop room at the Metropolitan Opera than anybody's residence. When I lifted the brass ring in the brass lion's mouth and let it fall, I got another surprise. She had deep hazel eyes with long lashes, close-cropped copper-colored hair, and packed full green suede dress that put no strain on the imagination. Her bare shoulders made you think of toasted marshmallows.
Hello.
Hello. You wouldn't be Pierpont Bowman, huh?
And you must have had some reason for knocking, other than window shopping.
Yeah. My name's Marlowe. I used to work for Leon Rayardi before he was murdered tonight.
Murdered?
Mm-hmm.
Is this supposed to concern my Uncle Pierpont?
Yeah, I think it does. And the fuss that's being kicked up about 4 bits worth of Confederate money, you'd think that it was a chest of Easterling sterling silver.
Only 4 bits, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yes. Yes, I'm afraid he is vitally interested. Come in, Marlowe. Wait here.
All right.
Uncle Pierpont, come here.
Huh? What's the matter, Christine?
There's a man here to see you, a Mr. Marlowe. You'd better talk to him.
Oh? What do you want? Huh? Oh, you. What is it, Marlowe?
Well, it's about the $50, the one you intend to buy from Leon Rayardi, Mr. Bowman.
Oh, yeah. Well, what about it, man?
Rayardi was murdered tonight.
Hmm? That murdered, you say?
Mm-hmm.
If that's true, he hasn't had time to hit the ground yet. What's your game, Sonny? You must have some kind of a game. What is it?
No games. I'm telling you, Rayardi was shot and the coin stolen.
Are you sure about that? Are you positive? No mistake?
Are you certain, Marlowe?
I couldn't be more certain if it was tattooed on my forehead. I heard it happen and saw his body over an hour ago.
What do you think of that, Uncle Pierpont? Marlowe looks at dead bodies, too.
I think it's poppycock. Yep. What do you think, Chris?
Wait a minute. Let me tell you what I think. It's more to the point. I came here because I'm also certain that the man who killed Rayardi is the man who took the coin. And that he'll show up here in the next few minutes posing as Rayardi and try to sell you that $50 as planned. I want you two to help me get him.
You know, Marlowe, I think you're bombed.
Now, look, baby, I've had quite enough...
Hold on now. There's just one teensy thing wrong with your little scheme, Marlowe. You see, 10 minutes ago, Leon Rayardi, or someone who said he was Leon Rayardi, was here. I gave him $37,000 cash as agreed, and he gave me this, the only one of its kind in the world, the 1861 Confederate $50.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, there are songs for sale, and one of them may turn into the nation's newest hit as you listen in to CBS on Friday nights. This hour-long program of melody is called Songs for Sale, and during the hour, you hear 4 songwriters with unpublished music as they present their tunes to a panel of veteran, top-flight songwriters. At the end, the panel picks out one song to be published and plugged, and you'll hear the reasons they give for their choice. Be listening to Songs for Sale tonight on most of these same CBS stations. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Collector's Item.
When the wobbly screwball collector clinked the $37,000 50-cent piece on the tabletop in front of me, his eyes flashed on like a pair of unfrosted light bulbs. And something close to froth started to collect in the upturned corners of his mouth that smiled like the cat that had just eaten the canary, cage, birdseed, and all. There was little doubt about it. Septuagenarian Pierpont Bowman was what an eccentric would call eccentric. And he was very unconcerned with the murder of Leon Rayardi, and very fuzzy about what Rayardi's impersonator had looked and sounded like.
I'm afraid I can help little on that score, Mr. Marlowe. Only had eyes for the coin. And what a coin she is. Why, suddenly...
Mr. Bowman, you've got to remember something. Height, build, color of eyes, hair, voice. Yeah, voice. Was it a southern accent? Think, Mr. Bowman.
Southern accent?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, Mr. Marlowe can't say if it was or not. My hearing isn't all it used to be, you know. But Christine here, now maybe she can... No. Christine wasn't in the room. Answered the door myself.
But I did see him come up the walk, Mr. Marlowe, from my room upstairs. He was tall, about your height. Oh, no, perhaps a mite shorter. And he wore a gray suit. No, darker than gray. Sort of light blue shade.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, thanks a lot. And before I start reaching for a butterfly net myself, I think I better get back to Seth Appleborough's place on Wilshire.
Why there? Surely if he's the guilty one, Mr. Marlowe, he won't wait to be apprehended.
Not on purpose, no. But when I last ran into him and his buddy, Saucer Face, he was fighting an acute case of vertigo. Might have collapsed since. And besides, I don't know where else to go.
Oh, but, sir, why must you go any place? The police will attend to that Mr. Appleborough. Now, look, Mr. Marlowe, here on the rim of the
Mr. Bowman, this may mean nothing in the Numismatic League. But I went to work for Leon Rayardi to protect him, a job I didn't do. Also, losing clients this way is bad for my business and conscience. Good night, and happy gathering coins in May.
Mr. Marlowe, wait, please. Please, Mr. Marlowe, let me see you out and explain something. Be just a minute, Uncle.
Now, what is it?
I'll pay you $500, Mr. Marlowe, not Confederate dollars either, to see that Uncle gets his money back and that the coin is returned to that Mr. Rayardi's estate.
What? You're against the deal? Why?
Because it's the 100th one in the past 2 years.
You hate to see the money you'll one day inherit go to a bunch of screwballs, huh?
Why, you foul-minded... No good... I've got news for you, Mr. Marlowe. It's not my inheritance I'm concerned with, it's my uncle. In spite of this mansion and all the junk in it, that $37,000 was every cent he had left.
Okay, kid. In that case, 2 points.
1?
I had the slap coming. 2, I'll do my best to back up everything to where I came in. Good night.
Good night. And Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah?
I didn't enjoy slapping you.
She said it like she meant it. 20 minutes later, I was back at the Wilshire Gardens, where I found Villa 9 as dark and quiet as the bottom of a well. I had just about decided to quit playing long shots labeled I Hope He Passed Out on his front doorstep when, from a nearby clump of pepper trees, I caught a glimpse of a shadowed figure moving toward me, one slow step at a time. I knew that I was spotted and strictly sitting duck, so I tried the only possible out. General nonchalance, and I backed the pepper trees long enough for the not-so-stealthy hunter to get within hunting distance. And a good evening to you, Brother Appleborough. Now, sir, get up and start talking. What? Well, Saucer Face. Thought I had your partner.
Hey, got wrong, Hasty. You're still doing it. Appleborough's my partner like you look good in tights. The name is Locke, Fred Locke, Treasury Department.
Treasure? You mean you're after Appleborough?
Uh-huh. I sapped you because in the gab I overheard, I figured you were nothing but a lone wolf shooting with a coin.
Oh.
Appleborough, friend, is big game. He's wanted on half a dozen counts, a lot more important than this Confederate $50.
Yeah, but he must have gotten away from you because
He did. Jumped out of my car a couple of blocks from here. But how do you know about that? Who are you?
Oh. Well, name's Marlowe. I'm a private detective, license included. Wait a minute. Here. I know that Appleborough got away because he's already been up to the Boneman place where he posed as my client, Leon Rayardi, who, incidentally, he killed so he could sell the Confederate lucky piece up there for $37,000.
Quite a hunk of change.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sorry we crossed our wires, Marlowe, and thanks for the word.
Oh.
But don't worry, he won't get far. Us T-men will see to that. Keep in touch with the department if you find out anything, will you?
Sure. Oh,
Say, Locke. Yeah?
Just a hunch.
Oh, like what?
Like you're a cockeyed liar. Like Treasury men don't call themselves T-men. Any more than private detectives call themselves private eyes.
Right.
Now, Locke, let's try inside your jacket. One, get rid of this non-Treasury Department Luger. And 2, check the wallet and see if at least Fred Locke is your real name.
All right, it's my name.
Yeah, surprised it is. And out of imagination, T-man. Come on, get up and start working on a few other questions like where Seth Appleborough is at the moment and exactly which that guy in is who was bluffed. Well, do we keep this up all night?
No. I'll tell you. I'll say everything.
Okay. Now, first the setup. Come on.
Yeah. There were 2 of us. Me and Adam. No!
Come from the street that was just beyond the pepper trees and slammed into Locke front and center, folded him up like it was built on hinges. By the time I was out of the impact area and had my .38 in hand, The only target I had was a pair of taillights blinking out of sight in a funnel of dust. Fred Locke was blood-smeared, dead, and made an ugly centerpiece for the little ring of startled faces that began to converge. I stepped back and became just another sightseer. When a small, bald man with a large white eyebrow and lots of worry stamped on his face began to do his lamenting out loud. He was the Wilshire Gardens hotel manager and didn't care much for public spectacles on the home grounds.
Oh, my goodness. 1 minute that Mr. Appleborough unconscious in his car, and the next this man is shot to death.
Hey, wait a minute. Appleborow's unconscious in his car? Where?
At the other end of the grounds. There's a nasty cut in his forehead. One of the guests just found him there. I was just about to call a doctor.
Never mind the doctor. Show me the way. Come on. Come on, Dixie boy. Breathe deep.
Who? Oh, you again?
Yeah, me again. And you're up to your drawl in a couple of untidy murders. Now snap out of it.
Oh, my. It's no use. He doesn't even hear you.
That's all right. While it's this peaceful, I think I'll check on this drooping flower of the Old South. His wallet should do it.
Do what?
Prove whether or not he gave me a straight pitch. Yeah. What do you know? Membership card, Sons of the Confederacy, New Orleans chapter.
Here, let me see. Oh, that's his picture, all right.
Sure is. Well, when the police get here, they, Hey, look.
Yeah, what is it?
His wristwatch was smashed against the dashboard.
So it is. He must have held his hand up to protect his head when he fell forward.
Yeah, now look, friend, the name's Marlowe. When the law gets here, tell them they can find me at Sherman Oaks, the Pierpont Bowman residence.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You can't leave me here with all this on my hands. The police are going to want to know what this is all about.
I'll try and have an answer for them. But first I got to ask a crazy collector a not-so-crazy question.
Well, hello, Mr. Marlowe. I was hoping you'd come back.
No flowers and candy, honey. This isn't a social call.
Then what brings you here?
Your uncle, is he still up?
Yes, but he asked not to be disturbed. Why?
I got a picture I want him to look at.
What kind of a picture?
A man. Possibly the man who sold him the coin tonight. Now, where is he?
In the gun room. Oh, but he'll scream bloody murder if we bother him.
That's the subject on hand.
You mean you found out who killed Leon Riardi?
No. I found out someone else has been killed. Come on, huh?
Over that coin? Who was it, Marlowe?
Guy named Locke. We'll get to the fine print later. Is this the room?
Yes, but
It's just the man I want to see. Oh, Mr. Bowman, I hear you. Well, it's quite a blunderbuss. Look, point that somewhere else.
So it is. But don't let it worry you, Mr. Marlowe. This harquebus hasn't been fired in 300 years.
That's great. Let's not spoil its record tonight, shall we?
Here, have a look. Fine workmanship.
Later on. Right now, Mr. Bowman, I want you to have a look. This picture, it's Seth Appleborough. Huh? Is this the man who sold you the coin, the one you couldn't remember?
No, not the party. Now, on this gun, Mr. Marlowe...
Uncle, we've had another murder.
Huh? Oh, my, that's too bad. But what's all that got to do with me?
I'm not sure. But, Mr. Bowman, if Appleborough wasn't the one who sold you that hot half a buck, it must have been an item named Locke.
Huh?
The saucer-faced buddy I told you about before. Oh. The one who sapped me at Wilshire Gardens.
Oh, very interesting. And perhaps tomorrow,
Uncle, please. Go on, Mr. Marlowe.
Well, there isn't much more. When I left here and I went back for Appleborough, I ran into Locke. We mixed it up, and I was just about to get him to talk when he was shot out from under me.
What? Appleborough did it? He shot Locke?
No. He couldn't have.
Oh, why not?
Because Appleborough was out cold in his car at the time.
Then all you really know is that Appleborough didn't kill this Locke.
Oh, I know a little more. I also know now that there's a third interested party mixed in.
Who?
You, maybe.
Uncle?
What? Me?
Sure. You could have killed Riardi via a hired flunky like Locke. Sold yourself the coin. After all, you're broke. It's been done before.
You're mad.
It's insane, Marlowe. The idea. To think that Uncle would hire the likes of Fred Locke. Why, it...
Slips, Christine? You shouldn't have known Locke's front name was Fred, should you? I never mentioned it.
What? Christine, you mean that...
I mean that nobody moved.
Christine.
Oh, fine.
This is one gun in here that's no relic. It's been fired something less than 300 years ago.
Yeah, to be exact, less than an hour ago at the Wilshire Gardens when you used it to keep Locke quiet, huh?
Hey, you, Christine, you're the third party Marlowe is talking about. You hired Fred Locke and Appleborough.
I had nothing to do with it, Mr. Bowman. was your niece's partner, Fred Locke, who killed Rayardi in his shop and stole the $50. After that, he followed me to Appleborough's place in Wilshire Gardens. There he KO'd me and Appleborough both. Then came out here and sold you the coin.
Posing as Rayardi.
Correct. You can both go to the head of the class.
Not yet. One question, teacher. Why did Locke go back to Appleborough's? Couldn't have been just luck that I found him there.
It wasn't. He was afraid Appleborough had seen him kill Rayardi at the shop. He had to know for sure. Your turn, Uncle.
Why did you do it, Christine?
I was sentimental, Uncle. I wanted at least the last of your money as a keepsake. And now that I've got it, I want one thing more before I leave. That $50 in your pocket. Hand it over. Come on.
The $50, but...
It's worthless to you, Christine. You can never sell it again. Every collector in the world will be on the lookout for it.
Don't you think I know that?
Then what do you want with it?
The pleasure of getting rid of it. I hate it. Like I hate every piece of junk you've squandered your fortune on. The fortune I'd have inherited someday. I'm going to throw it in the first deep river I come to. Hand it over.
No, you don't, Christine. Drop it. Drop it. Now, sit in that chair while you can. You may end up in another one. The police arrived. They always do. And after a long hour of questions and answers, there were only two of us left. Pierpont Bowman, standing close to a window, tears crowding his eyes. The fingers of his right hand nervously toying with the Confederate coin. And me, thinking about Leon Rayardi and Fred Locke and Christine. It was the old man who finally broke it up.
A rotten thing.
I left after that. So I don't know if Appleborough got the coin or not. You might check if you're ever running through the New Orleans Museum.
Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Richard Sanville and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were D.J. Thompson, Anthony Barrett, Shepard Menken, Tom Tully, and Jack Crucian. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time an old man dead in a flophouse, a sot who carved wood, a fallen lady with an eye for gold lockets, and a snake with big ears. All led me to a soft spot in a killer's hard heart.
Every Friday night, CBS brings you stories taken from the files of parole boards of the 48 states. With only the names changed, these stories give and detail the events of a criminal's life up to the time he is up for parole. Then, before you hear the board's decision, you can make up your mind. Is this man ready to be set free? It's been hailed by press and public alike as an outstanding anti-crime show. And you can hear it now by staying tuned, because Up for Parole follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where you play Sing It Again every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington.
United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad. These Counterspy reports to the American people are brought to you each Friday night. Tonight, Case of the Foreign Fires.
There it is. Defense Department Storage Depot number 3.
The gate's about 100 yards from this corner, isn't it?
Yes. Drive right up to it. See if the sentry's awake.
No challenge. Looks like he's asleep.
Who goes there? Shouldn't jump to conclusions. Captain Taylor, Lieutenant Bryant, Inspector General's office.
Advance and be recognized.
You stay at the wheel, Lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
All right, Sentry.
May I see your AGO card, sir?
Yeah, here it is. I'll pass it through the gate. We're spot checking security measures for the IG's office.
Yes, sir. Your AGO card.
Thank you, Corporal. All right, Lieutenant, drive in. Well, security at this entrance is in good shape.
Thank you, sir.
There's another sentry at the south gate, isn't there?
Yes.
Well, we'll see how alert he is when we come on him from the rear.
You'll find Corporal Billings...
Nice work, Lieutenant. Out like a light. Yeah.
All right, load him in the back of the Jeep. We'll take care of the other sentry and then get down to the real business of the evening.
That does it, Lieutenant. Cut it, Mike, before you start thinking you're really brass. Hey, you dragged those 2 sentries in here. What's the idea? When this warehouse goes up in smoke, they go up too. And there's nobody around to identify us. I don't like it, Mike. Murder ain't part of this.
Stop crying, Kenny. That's part of our deal. We'll put a torch to the joint and leave no witnesses.
Or don't you want to get paid off? Yeah. I want to get paid off.
Okay, then. Your stuff all set?
Yeah, it's all set. I'll touch off this waste. It'll smolder for about 15 minutes and then reach the gasoline. In 20 minutes, this whole joint will be in flames.
Good enough. We'll be far enough away by then.
All right, touch it off and let's beat it. Right. All right, let's go.
Department of Defense to Counterspy Headquarters. Request immediate investigation of fire in our storage depot number 3, Hagerstown, Maryland. Fire consumes stockpile raw materials for defense. Therefore, request this investigation be given personal attention of David Harding, Counterspy Chief.
In the Counterspy Statistical Department, please report to Mr. Harding immediately. Will Mr. Peters in the Counterspy...
Yes, Mr. Harding?
This teletype just came in from the Defense Department, Peters.
Huh?
The raw material was cinchona bark.
Cinchona? That's what they make quinine out of.
Yes. I'm building up a big stockpile of it. This fire may have destroyed a third of our entire supply.
Any more details than this, Chief?
No, not right now. That's why I want you to go up there and take personal charge for me.
Will do.
Now, our Baltimore field office has already been notified they'll have a mobile laboratory and agents on the scene by the time you get there.
Good.
And, Peters, I want your investigation to be thorough and send me complete reports. From the sparse details we've gotten so far, it's barely possible this fire may be of accidental origin.
But not likely,
No. Not when we know how valuable quinine would be in the event of any armed conflict in the East or the Near East. No, Peter, I'll lay odds you'll find evidence of sabotage.
What is this, Lieutenant? An all-day march?
Will you cut that lieutenant stuff, Mike?
Hey, now, Kenny boy. You shouldn't talk to a captain like that.
Some captain.
I thought I looked pretty in a uniform. What are you pacing for, Kenny boy? Sit down and relax.
I don't feel like relaxing. This place gives me the creeps.
You're a big boy, Kenny. Don't be afraid of an empty house, even if it is supposed to be haunted.
That's very funny, but just how long are we going to have to hang around here?
Till Gregor shows up and pays off.
Yeah, real bright deal he is. We don't know a thing about him. Supposing he don't show.
I know all about him, Kenny. He just thinks I don't. He'll show, and he'll pay off. And then a couple of months from now, he'll pay some more.
You going to put the squeeze on?
Why not? He's got plenty of dough behind him.
I got a doubt.
And in his line of business, he can't squawk at a squeeze. They shoot spies.
And hang murderers. Count me out. I just want the payoff. You can do your whistling act solo.
You? Passing up easy change?
Now, look. It stopped being easy when we left those soldiers in the warehouse. I never should have let you...
Take a look, Kenny.
Gregor and that tomato of his, Irene.
Yeah? She can climb in my cell at any time.
Okay, Mike, okay. You take the tomato, I'll take the lettuce. Long green bills. Let's get this payoff over with fast and wash up the deal, huh?
Well, then let the man in, Kenny.
Oh, Gregor, Irene.
How do you do, Kenneth? Michael?
Hi, Gregor.
That hi in front of Gregor always sounds so incongruous.
I'll take English lessons. You want to teach me?
It might be interesting.
Irene.
Let's cut the chatter and get down to business, huh?
That's what I like. The direct American approach.
You owe us 5 G's. Pay off and we'll wind this up.
G's?
He means thousands, Gregor.
Of dollars, Gregor.
Oh, of course, Michael.
What about the other projects, shall we say?
Well, let's settle this.
Wait a minute, Mike. What other projects?
Didn't you discuss them with your partner, Michael?
Shut up, Kenny. I'll talk to you later.
You talk now. Were you cooking up a deal with this character for more jobs?
He was. We had in mind several projects, the first of which was a rubber stockpile I would be most happy to see vanish.
As far as I'm concerned, this was strictly a one-shot deal that I'm sorry I ever got into.
May I ask why, Kenneth?
Sure. Sabotage. I didn't like the smell of it from the start, but Mike talked me into it for a past $5,000.
Don't tell me you're suddenly becoming patriotic, Kenneth.
Yeah. Maybe that's it, huh?
Perhaps that's why you did not fulfill your part of the agreement.
We did the job.
Wait a minute, Kenny. Now, look, Gregor. We burned the joint down. Don't try to pull a fast shuffle on us.
True, but both sentries were to be eliminated.
They were.
Not according to this newspaper bulletin. Yeah, read it.
No fatalities occurring from the fire have as yet been reported, though the 2 sentries on duty were severely burned.
What?
That's what it says.
Well, they must have come to before the fire got a good start, that's all.
I'm greatly disappointed, Michael. I had always gotten the impression from American films that your type of man was thorough about these things.
Okay, so we're not the price down.
Yeah, but let's wash this up now fast.
I'm afraid it's not as simple as that.
Gregor.
I'll handle this, Irene.
What do you mean, not simple?
The sentries could identify you both. And you, in turn, could identify us. Not a happy situation.
Listen, Gregor.
I think you'd better listen, Michael.
Come on.
You can't pull anything like this.
I pull nothing, Michael. You have merely handled your job inefficiently. Therefore, you must be liquidated.
Gregor, I would like to leave.
This will only take a minute, Irene.
Why, you dirty spy. I'll get you for this.
Your friend Kenneth was impetuous, Michael. Are you?
You double-crosser.
So true.
All right, get it over with. Shoot.
No, Michael. I have a better use for you than I have for your helper. Turn around.
What for?
No questions. Turn.
What comes next? This.
Gregor,
Later,
why...
Irene. I will need your help to carry this one out to our car. He will play a big part in our plans for a really impressive bit of sabotage.
Mr. Harding. Where are you, Chief?
In here, Peters. Shaving.
Oh. Stepping out for the night?
No, I've been here in the office all day waiting to hear from you. Thought I'd save some time by shaving now.
All right, I'll wait till you finish.
Oh, go ahead. Talk while I shave. I'm almost through.
Well, Chief, there's no doubt the fire was sabotage.
Yes, I gathered that from the news flash about the sentries there. How are they?
Suffering from shock and second-degree burns.
Yeah? Couldn't question them?
Little. One of them said he could identify the men who did it, and that's when the doctor ushered me out of the room.
One will be able to question them more thoroughly.
The doc said probably tomorrow, day after at the latest.
Oh, good.
The best part about it, Chief, is this. We've got a clear set of fingerprints on one of the arsonists.
Fingerprints? Where?
On the leather-tied belt the sentries wear on guard duty. The sentries apparently were dragged into the warehouse by those belts.
Oh, that's great.
I'll get that, Chief. Our fingerprint section's classifying the prints now. We may get an identification out of it.
Oh, I hope so.
Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Harding's office. No, this is not Mr. Harding speaking. Just a moment. For you, Chief. A female.
Well, I'll be right there.
What's she look like, Chief? Or is it a secret?
Stop trying to be a comic. Give me that phone.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Is this Mr. David Harding?
It is.
You would perhaps like to know something about the fire in the defense warehouse in Maryland.
Why, of course. Who is this?
I will meet you if you can guarantee me protection.
If you've got anything to tell us, you'll be protected to the full extent of our ability.
Very well, then. I will come to your headquarters.
When? How will we know you?
What is it, there?
Wait.
I will be there in half an hour, wearing a camel's hair coat and black tam.
Yes?
Meet me at the entrance to your headquarters. And when I am safely in your custody, I will tell you not only about the fire, but about plans that are being made for even greater sabotage against our country.
Back to Counterspy in a moment. It is urgent that all of us give full and continued attention to the problem of employing workers with physical handicaps. Employing physically handicapped workers makes them self-supporting, saves public funds, increases the number of taxpayers, boosts production, and benefits your community. Prejudice and lack of correct information are the greatest obstacles to employment of workers who are handicapped, but who are otherwise fully equipped to do a good job in business and industry. The injured or crippled, whether disabled by birth, accident, or disease, should be encouraged to get in touch with their state divisions of vocational rehabilitation, or with the Veterans Administration if their disability took place before July 26, 1947, in connection with service and in the armed forces. Those ready and trained for work should be urged to register with the state employment offices. Employers should also be reminded to use these facilities. For further information, write Vice Admiral Ross T. McIntyre, Room 1136, United States Department of Labor, Washington 25, D.C. And now, back to Counterspy.
You sure she said half an hour, Mr. Harding?
That's what I heard, Peter.
It's almost 40 minutes since the call and no camel's hair coat and black tan yet.
Well, we'll just have to wait.
There's a cab stopping now, Chief.
Yeah, that could be. That's her.
Look at her. She's weaving.
Come on, Peter.
Chief, that car coming up behind the cab.
Hey, what's going on here? Peter, take the car. I'll get the girl.
Miss.
Peters, come here.
My shots went wide, Chief, but I got the license number and make of the car.
We'll get it right up to our radio communications room and out to the Washington Police patrol cars.
Right.
And call our medical section. Tell them to send a stretcher out here. This girl's been hit bad.
To all Washington police cars from Counterspy headquarters, be on alert for black Packard sedan, Montana license number 891-72-13. Occupants armed and dangerous. If car spotted, notify Counterspy headquarters immediately. That is all.
How is she, Doctor? Is it serious?
Well, not the wounds. It's just a flesh wound in the arm. The bullet went clear through, and her side was creased by a bullet.
I see. Well, can I talk to her?
I'm afraid not. The effects of shock. She's in a state of trauma, almost like a drug sleep.
When can I talk to her?
Well, when she comes out of shock.
Any idea when that'll be?
10 minutes, 10 hours.
Oh, great. Will you mind standing by until she does come out of the shock? I'll want to talk to her immediately. You better check the fact that I can.
I'll be standing by, Mr. Harding.
Do you want to move her, or will she be all right in that couch in my office?
Oh, better to let her remain where she is.
All right, whatever you say.
How is she, Chief?
Unconscious for the moment. Anything on that car?
Excuse me, Mr. Harding. I'll go in and keep an eye on her.
Right, Doctor. Let me know the minute I can talk to her.
Yes, sir.
Now, what about the car, Peter?
No trace of it, Chief. But there was a report just a few minutes ago of a car accident on the banks of the Potomac.
Oh?
A black sedan went into the river. I'm having it raised now, and I'll bet it's our baby. Empty.
Did you check on the Montana license?
Yes. I called our field office in Montana. They'll wake the clerk of the Motor Vehicle Bureau and get to us as soon as possible.
Good. What about the bullets?
We found the 3 of them on the steps to our headquarters, Chief. The laboratory's got them now. Meanwhile, we got an unexpected break.
Yeah, all right.
When that car drove away, it went through a puddle of water. And we've got a beautiful set of photos of the tire tracks.
Good.
I've put them through the regular routine. We'll have agents checking them as soon as we raise that car from the river.
Fine, Peters. Now, any report on the fingerprints on that sentry's belt?
Not yet, Chief. I'll check that right away.
Okay. But first, Peters, let's take out some insurance on the girl.
How?
There are a bunch of reporters in the lobby very anxious to know what this is all about. Tell them the whole story, but embellish one fact. Tell them the girl was fatally wounded.
Okay, Chief.
Now, you keep me posted on the results you get from the bullets and the tire tracks. I'll stick here. I want to talk to that girl the minute she regains consciousness.
Well, Mr. Harding. Chief.
Oh, Peter.
Fine thing. While I'm running my feet off chasing lab reports.
Never mind, Peters. This job, you have to catch your sleep while you can.
That sounds good.
Besides, that's why it's good to be the boss. Oh, what time is it?
That's more like the reason. It's almost 2 in the morning.
2? Well, that girl's been unconscious for almost 3 hours.
Just about.
Hope she comes around soon. Oh, what have you got?
Well, the prints on the sentry's belt belong to a guy we've got in our files.
American?
Yes. Michael Deacon. Small-time arsonist. I've already put out a pickup on him.
Good. What about the license?
We drew a blank there. That Montana license belongs to a Miss Abigail Buffington, whose own car and license at the moment are in her garage in Montana, while she's probably trying to get back to the sound sleep our agent woke her from.
Yeah, phony plate, huh?
Mm-hmm. And nothing on the tire tracks yet, either.
And the bullets?
Now, there's something that...
Mr. Harding. Oh, hello, Peters.
Hello, Doc.
The girl's conscious, Doctor?
Yes, no trace of shock. Splendid recovery. She could go home right now if she had to, with just a fresh dressing on that flesh wound in her arm.
Well, then I can talk to her.
For as long as you want.
Before you do, Chief, take a look at this report on the bullets.
Oh. I see. It's very interesting. Doctor.
Yes, Mr. Harding.
Get me a complete medical report on the shooting as soon as you can, will you?
Certainly, sir.
You stick out here, Peters. I may need you.
Right, Chief.
Well, how are you now, Miss Waters?
Oh, Mr. Harding?
Yes.
You know my name.
From the cards in your purse.
Of course. Listen, Mr. Harding, I must tell you immediately about the fire in Maryland.
We know about it, Miss Waters, the fact that it was sabotaged.
Yes, but do you know there is another such incident planned for tonight?
What? Where?
At a rubber depot in Purdy, Virginia.
Go on. Peters.
Yes, Chief.
Get this. Continue, Miss Waters.
Well, it's the Defense Department rubber stockpile in Purdy, Virginia. It is to be set fire to tonight by a man named Gregor Markov.
All right, Peters, get busy on notifying Purdy.
Right away, Chief.
Now, Miss Waters.
Oh, please, Mr. Harding, before you continue, could I ask a favor?
And what is it?
Would it be possible for you to tell the papers that I'm dead? The shooting, it would be so good that way I could live without fear.
It has already been done, Miss Waters.
Oh, wonderful. Now I have much to tell you.
Well, yes, go on.
Well, as you may have gathered, I am not American, though I am a naturalized citizen.
Yeah.
I came to this country in 1936 at the height of the Depression.
I can guess part of the story. You became involved in quite a few causes and activities, huh?
Yes, I'm sorry to say...
That depot in Purdy, it's already ablaze. They're fighting the fire now.
What?
But it can't be. It was for tonight.
Well, it's now 2 o'clock in the morning, Miss Waters.
I've been unconscious that long?
Yes. Now, Peters, get out there right away. Take charge of the investigation.
All right, Chief.
Now, Miss Waters, go right ahead.
Please. Mr. Harding, I suddenly feel very weak. Could we continue this later?
You have more to tell me.
Much. Many names and people you would not imagine would betray this country, but my strength is not up to it now.
Well, you can rest right here.
I would rather my own apartment.
Your own apartment?
It is one that I've kept for myself. They don't know of it. If you could only put a guard on it.
Well, all right, Miss Waters. I'll have one of our agents escort you home, and we'll have an agent watching your apartment every second you're there.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Harding.
Do you know how to use a gun?
A little, but I haven't got one.
Well, I'll give you one, just for added insurance.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Harding.
I'll be around to see you in the morning. We'll pick up this conversation then.
All right, Mr. Harding. I'm sure that what I have to tell you will hold many surprises for you.
I'm sure it will, Miss Waters. Now, just rest here, and I'll send for an agent in a car to take you home.
Thank you, Mr. Crandall.
That's all right, Miss Waters.
You will be at my door all night.
Well, that's the job Mr. Harding gave me. Don't worry, I'll be here.
That is good to know. Good night.
Good night.
Hello, Eileen.
Oh. Gregor, you had plenty of time?
More than enough. How did your part go?
Perfectly. There's a counterspy outside the door now guarding me.
Wonderful. I'll be perfectly safe in here then.
Yes. The depot is destroyed?
I'm afraid not completely, but that's unimportant. The main item is for you to gain the confidence of the counterspies.
What about Michael's body?
In the depot, burned beyond recognition. But my rings, watch, and identification are all on him.
Well, that will confirm my story about you.
Should be the first step in getting you into the confidence of the counterspies.
Yes, but I'll have to have more to tell Mr. Harding when he comes here in the morning.
There will be plenty to tell. Here's a list of names of people who have aided us in the past. You can betray them.
They will do some talking themselves.
They can tell nothing of value. The important thing is to get you firmly into Counterspy headquarters. Then we will be able to learn much of value to us.
I hope so, Gregor.
How's your arm, my dear?
Throbs a bit, but otherwise all right. It was fortunate we made the 2 wounds before I left for the Counterspy headquarters. At least it allowed us to control the seriousness of the injuries.
It was almost a mistake, Irene. I noticed you staggering when you left the cab. If you had collapsed before I had a chance to fire...
I didn't. But I am ready to collapse now, so let me retire. I would like to be fresh for the fairy tales I must tell Mr. Harding in the morning. Mr. Harding.
Good morning, Miss Waters. Okay, Crandall, you can go home and get some shut-eye now. I'll take over.
Thank you, Mr. Harding.
Oh, come in.
Tell me, how do you feel this morning?
Excellent, but the fire in Purdy, was the rubber depot a total loss?
Not quite, but I'd like to show you something.
Yes?
This ring and this watch. Have you ever seen them before?
Yes. They are Gregor Markov's. Where did you get them?
From a body found in the fire.
Gregor's dead?
The way we reconstruct it, he set fire to the depot, he started to leave, and he must have slipped on some oil slick. He was knocked out. And that was it. Fracture of the skull.
Gregor dead. Wonderful. Now, Mr. Harding, I can speak without fear.
Except for the fact that the body wasn't Gregor's.
What?
There were enough fingerprints to identify him as one Michael Deacon.
I don't understand.
And the gentleman had been dead for at least 3 hours before the fire started, so he couldn't have set it off. Which makes me think, Miss Waters, that your quick acceptance of Markov's death is a little too convenient.
Stay where you are, Mr. Harding. Don't forget you gave me this gun yourself.
Now we're out in the open, huh?
Quite. Gregor.
I heard, Irene.
So, this is Gregor Markov.
Yes, Mr. Harding. It's a shame your American methods of crime deduction are so efficient.
A beautiful scheme to gain the confidence of a counterspy. With you in this apartment, we'd have been guarding the very man we'd be searching for. It's too bad. It's a total loss.
Not a total loss, Mr. Harding.
Oh?
At least from this we can salvage your death, which will be quite a blow to America's counter-espionage forces.
You think you'll escape?
Perhaps not. But it's a good bargain. Our lives for yours. Sorry, Mr. Harding.
Stay where you are, both of you.
All right, Peters. Just keep them covered. You've got 3 more shots, Miss Waters. Why not use them? They're blanks, too.
Blank?
What is this?
Another example of American methods of crime deduction, Markov. Miss Waters, you were under suspicion from the moment you left our headquarters last night.
But why? I said nothing.
No, but your wounds did, as well as the bullets that were fired at you.
Our laboratory report showed that the bullets never entered your body. No traces of blood or flesh.
And the wound in your arm was parallel to the ground, not at an angle, as it would have been if you'd been shot climbing the steps of Counterspy headquarters. That's why we decided to give you that gun and see how far you'd carry this.
Better not move. This gun isn't loaded with blanks.
Just move them in one direction, Peters. Out. We'll really show them the efficiency of our American methods in dealing with spies and saboteurs.
Tune in every Friday, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen next Friday for the exciting Case of the Curious Conspiracy.
When certain short-sighted individuals took a long chance to obtain scarce war materials, your counterspies had to adopt very unusual methods of investigation. The full facts will be released next Friday in
Case of the Curious Conspiracy on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Leonard L. Bass, dramatized by Palmer Thompson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. Counterspy is produced by Phillips H. Lord.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Tomorrow night, Dennis Day joins the battle against hoarding with some merry and nearly disastrous results. Judy Canova discovers 500 shares of supposedly worthless stock, which almost turn her into a millionaire. But millionaire or not, she's the same lovable Judy. The chimes tomorrow mean the Dennis Day Show and the Judy Canova.
new post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
All right, Nick. Suppose he is the murderer. You can't prove it. There isn't a shred of evidence.
That's what we've got to find, Patsy.
Yeah.
And if the proof is anywhere at all, it's here in this apartment.
Well, there's a closet or something over here.
Okay. You look in there while I go over these papers.
Uh-huh.
Don't try to struggle, Miss Bowen. This is a knife I'm holding at your back.
Now, the case of the tattooed cobra. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. Sergeant Matheson of the Homicide Squad is one of Nick's best friends. But it isn't a social call that brings Matty to the office this morning.
Hey, Nick, you remember telling me last year that somebody wanted you to look for the heir to the Bristol estate?
Oh, yes, Matty. The administrator of the estate, Mr. Alvin Hammond, called me in, but I didn't take the case.
And you know why, Sergeant?
No.
It meant a trip to Europe, and Nick didn't want to go. Imagine.
Oh, Patsy, you know I couldn't go at that time.
Oh, phooey.
Nick, Bristol's wife was a Polish girl, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was. When she divorced him 20 years ago, she took their son back to Europe with her.
Uh-huh, and that's the last anybody ever heard of them.
Oh, no, not quite, Patsy. Mr. Hammond had some French detectives working on the case. They reported that the mother was dead and that the boy, Alec, supposedly died in a concentration camp during the war.
So, who gets the money now?
Well, if Alec Bristol isn't found by the end of this year, the $3 million goes to a distant relative in this country named George Davison.
You don't happen to have a picture of Alec, do you, Nick?
No, I haven't, but the French detectives got a good description of him from a fellow prisoner in the concentration camp.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that. He's tall and slender with blonde hair and blue eyes, and he'd be 28 years old now.
Why, Sergeant, what a memory.
He's lost a little finger on his left hand, and he's got a tattoo mark on his right hand. A blue and red cobra twined around the thumb, right?
Matty, you're terrific. How can you remember all that from a casual conversation almost a year ago?
I didn't. We fished him out of the East River this morning, dead. Well, there's the body, Nick. It's Bristol, isn't it?
Certainly fits the description.
Just as the sergeant described it, Nick, a red and blue cobra twined around the right thumb.
I know, but there's one detail that's been kept a secret. They only told me because they expected me to take the case.
Yeah, what's that, Nick?
If this is really Alec Bristol, the cobra should be holding a shield in his mouth. It's his mother's family crest. That was to be the final identification.
Well, Nick, that's it, isn't it?
Yes, it's there, all right.
So he didn't die in a concentration camp after all.
No. Must have come to this country to get his inheritance.
No, maybe so, but he didn't get it.
Why, what makes you think that, Matty?
Why, his clothes, Nick. They were cheap and shabby. He wouldn't be dressed that way if he had $3 million.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, in that case, I think I'd like to have a talk with Mr. George Davison.
Davison?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the guy who gets the money now that Bristol's dead, huh?
Yeah. Of course, Davison may be perfectly innocent, but it should be interesting to talk to a man with 3 million motives for murder.
Davison will be here in a moment, Carter. He's upstairs in his room.
So he's already moved into the Bristol home, has he, Mr. Hammond?
Why, yes. As administrator for the estate, I saw no reason to let the house stand empty, especially since I expected to turn the property over to him at the end of this month. That is, I did until I got a letter from Alec.
Oh, you really heard from Alec Bristol?
Yes, last week, Miss Bowen. We've been running advertisements in European newspapers, 15 different countries, hoping that Alec was still alive.
And he saw one of the ads?
Yes, he was living in Marseilles. He wrote that he was taking the next boat for the States.
What a break. The minute he gets here, someone stabs him in the back and throws his body in the East River.
I can't understand why he didn't get in touch with me as soon as the boat docked.
I'll bet George Davison is glad that he didn't.
Yes. Oh, I like George well enough, but, well, Martin Bristol and I were lifelong friends. And I did hope I could turn the estate over to his boy.
Oh, I say, Hammond, Didn't tell me we had guests.
Oh, come in, George. Come in. Miss Bowen, Mr. Carter, this is George Davison.
Hello.
How do you do? Well, what's everyone looking so serious about? Don't tell me the long-lost son and heir has finally arrived.
Yes, George. Alex has arrived, but he's dead.
Dead? Oh, I say, not really.
Alec Bristol was murdered last night, Mr. Davison.
Murder? Well, then the estate comes to me, after all, eh?
Yes, I suppose it does, George.
Well, who popped him off? Do you know?
That's what I'm trying to find out. Mr. Davison, the medical examiner says the murder took place sometime between 10 p.m. and 2 this morning. Where were you at that time?
Where was I?
Yes?
Why, I went up to my room about 9 o'clock to read. You remember, Hammond?
Did you go out again?
Well, no, of course not.
But George...
Yes, Mr. Hammond?
Nothing.
You started to say something.
Only that I remember now that George did go upstairs early.
I see. Mr. Hammond, if Alec Bristol had sent you a letter or a cablegram to tell you the exact time of his arrival, could anyone else have got hold of it before you did?
Why, yes, I suppose so. Dobson leaves the mail on a table in the entrance hall.
Now, see here, Carter. Are you insinuating that I murdered Alec Bristol?
Not at all, Mr. Davison. I'm merely collecting facts.
I beg pardon, Mr. Hammond.
Oh, yes, Dobson.
There's a gentleman to see you, sir.
Well, who is it?
A tall young man, sir, with blonde hair.
I didn't ask what he looked like, Dobson. Didn't he give you his name?
Oh, yes, sir. He said his name is Alec Bristol.
I do not understand. Why have you sent for the officer?
Because we're investigating the murder of Alec Bristol.
But that cannot be, Mr. Carter. I am Alec Bristol.
With that accent? Don't make me laugh.
I have been in Europe since I am 7 years old. Almost I have forgotten how to speak the English.
Maybe, but if you're Alec Bristol, who's that guy down at the morgue?
I do not know. But surely Mr. Hammond will vouch for me. 2 weeks ago, I write to tell him I am coming.
That's right, Sergeant. At least somebody wrote to me.
Yeah, it might have been that fellow we found in the river.
No, it was I. The description in the newspaper of Marseille, that too was I.
Yeah? But that description fits the other man, too.
But the little finger which I lost in the accident of many years ago, the tattoo on my thumb.
Those features apply to him, too, including the family crest and the cobra's mouth.
I cannot believe it. It is fantastic.
I can figure it out easy enough. You read that description in the paper, realized that it fitted you perfectly, so you had that finger and thumb fixed up to complete the identification. Then you hopped a boat for America expecting to collect $3 million.
Now, wait a minute, Matty. You're forgetting one thing.
What?
The family crest and the tattooed cobra's mouth. He couldn't have got that out of the newspaper notices. It wasn't there.
Okay, so maybe he knew Alec Bristol a long time ago in Europe. He was familiar with the tattoo mark.
Why must you assume that I am the imposter? Why could it not be the other man?
Because you'd have a mighty good reason for bumping off the real heir. But who'd want to kill the fake one?
I do not know. All I know is when my ship docked this morning at 10 o'clock, I get off the boat
Now, wait a minute. You going to tell me they didn't send you to Ellis Island before they let you go?
Why should they do that, Sergeant? I am an American citizen. My papers are all in order. The consul at Marseille checked them before he let me get on the boat.
Matty, let's take him down to the pier. See if the captain of the ship can identify him.
Yeah, we'll stop off at the morgue, too. Maybe you'll recognize the other Alec Bristol.
Then may I return here?
You may if the captain of the boat knows you. Otherwise, you're going to the city jail. Well, how about it, Captain? You know him?
Why, yes, Sergeant. This man came over on my boat, and we didn't dock until 10 o'clock this morning, so he couldn't possibly have been in New York last night.
Well, there's the body, Mr. Bristol. Did you ever see that guy before?
No, Sergeant. I am positive I never see that man before in my life.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bristol.
Good afternoon. You are Dobson?
Yes, Mr. Bristol.
Come in, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Hammond phoned that everything was settled, that I should take my orders from you, sir.
That was kind of him.
Yes, there's a letter for you, sir. It came just a few moments ago.
A letter for me?
Yes, sir. A registered letter. I signed for it. Here it is, sir.
But how strange. I do not know anyone in this country.
Just a minute, Bristol, if that is your name.
Mr. Davison.
Until your identity is proved, I don't think you'd better open any mail addressed to Alec Bristol.
But Mr. Hammond is administrator of my father's estate, and as long as he is convinced
Well?
Dobson.
Yes, sir.
Get Mr. Hammond on the phone, please, and ask him to come out here at once.
Yes, sir. Is anything wrong, sir?
If this letter is true, a great deal is wrong. Maybe I know now why that man was killed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hammond.
Is Mr. Bristol in, Dobson?
Oh, yes, sir. He's waiting for you in the library, sir.
Mind if we go in with you, Mr. Hammond?
Oh, not at all, Carter. In fact, I'm glad you're here.
Has something happened, Mr. Hammond?
Apparently, yes. Dobson says Alec found out something definite about the murder.
Oh, yes, sir. He was very upset about it.
Come on in, Carter. Is that why you're here?
No. I came to ask the names of the people Bristol was living with in Marseille. After all, the identity angle hasn't been established for sure yet.
I don't think there's any question that he's the real Alec Bristol. Here's the library. Alec? Alec? Dobson, didn't you say Mr. Bristol was in here?
Oh, he was, sir.
Those French doors are open onto the terrace. Perhaps he's out there.
I don't think so, Betsy. Look over there. High on the divan.
Why, it's a man's feet, sir.
Carter, is it Alec?
It's Alec, all right. And he's dead.
Dead?
Stabbed in the back.
Oh.
Just as the other one was. Better call the police, Dobson.
Oh, yes, sir.
I beg your pardon. No one answered the front door, so since it was open, I thought...
Who are you?
Where did you come from? What's the idea of walking into other people's houses without...
Did you say other people's houses?
I did.
Unless I'm mistaken, this is my house.
Your house?
Yes. I am Alec Bristol.
One apparent heir to the Bristol millions is in the city morgue. Another lies dead on the library floor. And now a third, tall, slender, blonde young man has appeared to claim the fortune. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the Tattooed Cobra. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Alec Bristol, heir to $3 million, can be positively identified only by a cobra tattooed on his right thumb. But one man with the secret tattoo has been found dead in the East River. Another has been stabbed to death in the library of the Bristol mansion. And now a third stands in the doorway, introducing himself.
I beg your pardon. I'm Alec Bristol.
You're... But...
Perhaps I should have advised you of my arrival, but the plane arrived from Portugal only a short while ago.
Nick, look at him. He's tall and blond.
All slender blondes named Alec Bristol seem to be a dime a dozen today.
What's that?
May I see your left hand?
Oh, the missing little finger. Of course.
Uh-huh. Now the right hand.
You mean the right thumb, don't you? With the tattooed cobra? There.
It's there, Nick.
Naturally.
And the shield is in the cobra's mouth.
My mother's family crest.
Carter, I don't understand. Nobody knew about that crest except you and me and...
And? Who else, Mr. Hammond?
Well, George Davison. But three men have shown up with that tattoo. How did they find out? Who told them?
The police will be here in a few moments, sir.
Thank you, Dobson. Is Mr. Davison here?
Why, no, sir. He left half an hour ago. Said he was going into the city for dinner in the theater.
Did you see Mr. Bristol? I mean the dead Mr. Bristol, after Davison left.
No, sir. After I phoned Mr. Hammond, I went back to the pantry and stayed there until you arrived.
What do you mean, the dead Mr. Bristol? Look, don't you think someone should tell me what's going on?
Sure, I'll tell you. Over here. I want you to look at something behind the divan. There.
Alec?
Alec? You mean that's the real Alec Bristol there on the floor?
Yes, but
I thought he was dead.
He is.
I mean, 5 years ago in the concentration camp. They took him away and...
So that's how you found out about the tattoo. You knew Alec Bristol in the concentration camp.
Yes. He was my best friend.
Friend? And you tried to steal his inheritance?
I tell you, they said he was dead. What difference could it make to Alec? When I saw the notice in the Lisbon papers with the description...
You realized that it fit you as well as it did him, huh?
Yes, except for the missing finger and the tattoo. So I found a doctor who agreed to perform the operation and keep his mouth shut. I got forged passports...
Are you swindler? How do I know you didn't murder Alec?
If he had killed Alec Bristol, seeing the body wouldn't have shocked him into admitting that he was an imposter.
But you're not going to let him go free.
The police will take care of him. The man I want to talk to is George Davison.
Speaking of Davison, Carter, there's something I didn't tell you this morning about him. I'm sure it doesn't mean anything, but...
I know. You started to say something and then lied out of it. Well, perhaps you'd better tell the truth now.
Well, it's only that... Well, I knocked on George's door during the evening, and he didn't answer. Of course, he may have been asleep.
Or he may have been out of the house committing a murder. Is that it?
Well, I don't believe it, but it's possible
Nick,
that...
the real Alec Bristol was going to tell Mr. Hammond something about that first murder. That must be why he was killed.
Do you know, Mr. Carter, it might help if we could only find that letter.
What letter, Dobson?
A registered letter that came from Mr. Bristol, sir. That's where he got the information he wanted to tell Mr. Hammond.
You know whether he brought that letter into the library?
Yes, sir. It was in his hand when he came in here.
But it isn't here now?
No, sir. I've searched the room thoroughly.
Who else knew that he received that letter?
Why, no one, except Mr. Davison. And me, of course.
Davison again.
Yes. Come on, Patsy. Let's get back to town.
What's on your mind, Nick?
Just one thing, catching a murderer. And I don't think it'll take very long now. Matty, I want to do 3 things.
Yeah, what?
Find Davison, learn the identity of the man you fished out of the river, and find out who sent that registered letter.
Yeah, well, Nick, we spotted Davison's car in a parking lot, and I got 2 men there waiting for him to come back.
If he ever does.
He'll come back.
Uh-oh. Sergeant Matheson, homicide. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mullally. It's the guy who sent to trace the letter, Nick.
Good.
The postal clerk went down and dug out the receipt, huh? Yeah. Get a pencil, Nick.
I have one.
Okay, go ahead, Mullally. Sent by William Jenkins, 440 Winton Avenue, apartment 5D. Got that, Patsy?
Got it.
Okay, Mullally. Good work, yeah. Thanks. William Jenkins. That name mean anything to you, Nick?
No. And I think Patsy and I'll go around to 440 Winton Avenue and see Mr. Jenkins.
I'm glad this is the last flight.
Cheer up, Patsy. The exercise will do you good.
I only hope Jenkins is home.
I'll know in a minute.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, here it is, 5D.
Evidently he's home, too. The door's partly open.
If he's home, why doesn't he answer?
I'll knock again.
Nick, if Alec Bristol was killed so somebody could get that letter, and Jenkins wrote it, the fact this door is open might mean...
Yeah. Yes, Patsy, it might mean the killer got here first. Let's go in.
Right.
Nobody here.
Yeah, but look at this room. It's been turned upside down.
Been thoroughly searched, all right. But for what?
Look at all those papers on the floor.
Yeah. Here's a Social Security card made out to William Jenkins.
And here's a letter postmarked Chicago, which may...
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh? What is it?
Wait. Here's an Illinois chauffeur's license. And look at the picture on it.
What? Why, that's the first Alec Bristol, the man they found in the river.
Right.
So William Jenkins was going to pass himself off as Alec Bristol.
Obviously. And that brings up a very interesting point.
What?
Don't you see, Patsy? This whole thing was planned months in advance, so the amputation and the tattoo would have time to heal.
Why, of course.
Then last week, the real Alec Bristol wrote to Hammond, and the deal was off.
That must have been a blow to Jenkins.
Yeah. But how did Jenkins know about the letter?
Why,
And another thing. The tattoo on Jenkins' thumb included the final detail, the shield in the cobra's mouth. How could Jenkins have known about that?
Well, the other imposter knew about it because he was a friend of Bristol's.
But Jenkins wasn't.
Yeah.
Bristol looked at Jenkins' body and swore he'd never seen him before. And no one else knew of that shield except Davison, Hammond, and me.
You think Davison and Jenkins were working together?
Not Davison, Patsy. Hammond and Jenkins.
Hammond and Jenkins? But
Yes.
why, Nick? What would Hammond get out of it?
If Alec Bristol weren't found by the end of this month, Hammond would have to turn the estate over to Davison.
Naturally.
But if a fake Alec Bristol turned up, Hammond could turn the estate over to him. Then he and Hammond could divide $3 million between them.
Why, of course.
All Hammond had to do was to find someone who answered the general description, then arrange for the missing finger and the tattoo.
Oh, but, Nick, you haven't any proof. None at all.
Well, that's what we've got to find. Something to show that there was a connection between Hammond and Jenkins.
There might be something here in Jenkins' apartment. If Hammond has already found it and destroyed it.
Well, from the looks of this room, I should say the chances are good that he has.
There's a closet or something over here. Maybe he overlooked that.
Okay, you take a look in there while I go through these papers more carefully.
Don't reach for your gun, Carter, unless you want the young lady to die.
Make him let me go, Nick.
Stay still, Miss Bowen. I'm holding a knife at your back.
Don't struggle, Patsy. Hammond, if you hurt her...
I won't as long as you both do as I say.
Okay.
First, toss your revolver over here.
There you are.
Good. You're a sensible man.
So, you were hiding in that closet all the time, huh?
I had to. I came here to destroy the receipt for that registered letter Jenkins sent to Alec, and before I could leave, you two arrived.
What was in that letter, Hammond?
The whole story, just as you figured it out. And when I told Jenkins that the real Alec Bristol had turned up and our deal was off, he threatened to get even with me by telling Alec about it, so I had to get rid of him.
But you didn't know that Jenkins had already written Alec until Alec faced you with a letter. And then you had to kill him, too. That it?
Quite right, Mr. Carter. Nobody saw me enter the house or leave it afterwards. And when I came back, you were just arriving. That gave me the perfect alibi.
Yeah. Well, what's next? Don't think you can kill us, too. Not both of us.
Of course not. I have enough cash hidden away to get me out of the country. And you're not going to say a word to the authorities until I'm safely gone.
You seem awfully sure of that.
I am, because I'm taking the young lady here with me.
Oh, Nick, don't let him.
Wait, Hammond, you can't take her.
If I leave her, Carter, I'll leave her dead. I promise you that.
Oh, no.
Now get into the bedroom, Carter. I'm going to lock you in there before I leave.
Nick, you can't
He can't help himself, Miss Bowen. And Carter, if I hear you trying to break out or call for help before we're out of the building, I'll shove this knife right through Miss Bowen's back.
Locked in the bedroom of William Jenkins' flat, Nick hears Hammond leave with Patsy. And he knows that Hammond won't hesitate to kill her if any attempt is made at a rescue. We'll find out what happens in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the Tattooed Cobra. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Patsy walks slowly down the stairs and out the front door of the gloomy old tenement, conscious of the knife pressed against her back and of the man who's ready to use it if she attempts to break away.
Now down the steps and across the sidewalk.
You're not going to kill me, are you?
I'm afraid I have to.
Oh, no, please.
Hammond!
What?
Drop that knife, Hammond. Drop it.
You're breaking my arm!
Drop it. That's better. All right, Patsy, pick it up. Get my gun out of his pocket.
Sure, Nick, but where did you... how...
When he locked me in the bedroom, he overlooked the fact that the bedroom window opened on a fire escape running down the front of the building. So I climbed down the fire escape and waited on the first floor platform until you walked across beneath me. Then I jumped him.
He was going to kill me.
Well, his killing days are over. Find the nearest police call box, Patsy. We'll hold him here until the police arrive.
So George Davison will get the estate after all.
Yeah. He's the only relative left now.
Uh-huh. Nick, there's one thing I still want to know.
What?
If Hammond planned to bring in a phony heir, why did he try to hire you to find the real one?
Self-protection, Patsy.
Huh?
You see, if Alec Bristol really were alive, Hammond wanted to know it before he went ahead with the scheme.
Yeah, I can see that it would have been disastrous for the real heir to show up after Hammond had produced a false one.
Yes, Hammond might have got away with the first murder because Davison seemed to be the only person with a motive for it. But one killing led to another.
Uh-huh, and that led to me. I suppose he figured the state could only make him pay for one murder, no matter how many he committed.
Yes, but when Hammond goes to the chair, he'll find that once is plenty.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time by the Cudahy Packing Company. It is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Ed Latimer plays Matty. Today's script was written by Jim Parsons. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This is Michael Fitzmaurice saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Nice work, you say, and nice work it is. Except that work is work, and man gets tired ferreting out the secret side of his fellow human beings. So, as the man said, some seek out greatness and others have it thrust upon them. Tonight I preferred the latter method. That's why I was riding around with Jack Manson, the prowl car copper. I figured it this way. If there's a story in the big city of Chicago, a great story, a story that'll make me immortal for a few days at least, if there's a story like that floating around Chicago, I was a little too tired to go look for it. Let greatness be thrust upon me. A prowl car's a good place to wait. The only drawback was Sergeant Manson, the man at the wheel. Next to driving that prowl, he loved talking. And what he talked about most were his, quote, experiences, unquote.
See, you know what I mean, Randy. What I mean is, you see, I've had the experience. You understand me?
Yeah.
I've been in a prowl car every night, and you're not, see? But, see, you know how to write.
Sure thing. A team, we collaborate. 50-50, split everything we know.
Oh, boy, you're a newspaper guy. You know all the answers, huh?
No, we know all the questions. It's the next best thing to knowing all the answers.
Car 203, car 203. This is Lieutenant Burton. Go to 800 Lakeland Drive. Repeat, car 203. Meet me at 800 Lakeland Drive. A homicide.
Just like that. That flat, used-to-it sort of tone I can never be comfortable with. A homicide. At least one a day belongs in any good newspaper. One a day along with an editorial on taxes and the batting averages. I hope I never get used to it. 800 Lakeland Drive was in one of those swanky office districts, low-lying one-story modern buildings that looked like they were meant to be lived in instead of worked in. Class, as they used to say, class all the way through. An expensive joint. But Allied Investment Limited could afford it. Open season on bookies, Lieutenant?
I don't know what you're talking about, Stone.
Rumor says Allied Investment makes more money investing in racehorses than it does in bonds.
Do you believe everything you hear?
No.
Sign in the building reads Allied Investment Limited.
And I don't believe everything I see either.
Well, if it is true, it's out of my line. I only get to them when they can't tell me anything about the work they do.
Looks pretty crowded in there.
Yeah, most of them were here when it happened. Most of them have a story, too.
Oh. I suppose all the lights went out.
Nope. Getting a drink of water or looking for a pencil, things like that.
Dead man must have been one of the loneliest fellows in town.
Eddie McNeil? Lonely? He was too big a guy to get lonesome.
Mind if I go in and do a little interviewing?
Who with?
Why, the victim, of course. Who knows more about his murder than the victim? It was the reception room of a very respectable business organization. And when I passed through the heavy panel door, I saw the battery of telephones, 3 to a desk. The whole thing was soundproof. A respectable building with a respectable room and a respectable corpse lying in the middle of it being photographed. But that wasn't the only thing that seemed incongruous. There was a face, a good, healthy, honest face among all those granite blocks. And the voice that came out of it seemed awfully tired.
Oh, well, then I received a phone call. From who? I told you I don't know. If I knew, you can be sure I'd tell you. Did he ask you then? Well, in a way, yes, he did. He asked me if I was that Professor Kiefer from the university and knew all about communication systems and things like that. I'm quoting him.
Didn't it seem funny that an electrical expert would...
Electronics.
Okay, electronics. Didn't it seem funny?
Well, I needed the money. I've been called for private work before. I can prove that.
That's why his face didn't fit. Professor Kiefer, a young man, maybe around my age. Only I had a double reason for noticing him. I'd done an article on him, on his work, about 3 years ago. There was something fantastic about his project. He'd been working on things called high-speed calculators, mechanical brains, to think machines that could do higher mathematical problems while we're adding up 9 and 4, or estimate in nothing flat exactly where a bomb should drop. I guess the cops figured he didn't fit either, that he hadn't seen the killer. They let Kiefer go, and I followed him outside. Professor Kiefer.
Yes?
Remember me? Randy Stone.
Randy Stone? Oh, you're the newspaper reporter.
You say newspaper reporter as if it were a social disease instead of an occupation.
Were you in there just now?
It's a ritual. Every time somebody gets killed, a newspaper reporter has to be there. It's like those ancient tribes who painted themselves blue and danced around in a circle.
Yes, it seems quite applicable.
How did you get mixed up in this?
Look, I'm not mixed up. Please don't put it that way. I most definitely am not mixed up in anything here. When they called me, I came. It seemed perfectly all right. It seemed perfectly legitimate.
The last time we talked, you didn't have much time for anything besides your research work.
Yes, that was a very flattering article. I never had a chance to thank you.
Well, it was a feather in my cap. Professor, let me put it another way. Why did you come down here?
That research you admired.
And I still do.
It isn't exactly the road to untold wealth.
You never impressed me as the kind of man who was looking for the road.
Are you going to write me up again?
This is a mighty big murder, Professor Kiefer. The man who was killed in there tonight was one of the most influential men in the Midwest.
My family, my wife. It wouldn't be right to print my name with this thing. I'm not part of anything in there. You must understand, Mr. Stone. When I came down here and saw what was here...
What did you see?
Well, they were a strange group, the way they talked. I knew something was wrong.
Like what?
Well, when I saw what it was, I refused. I told them I couldn't do anything for them. Not couldn't, wouldn't. I told them I wouldn't do what they asked.
For instance?
I turned them down. Isn't that enough? They wanted a communication system put in, and I said no.
Okay. Sorry.
Are you going to write this up?
Are you going to teach electronics?
Yeah, I guess you'll have to. I suppose it's expected of you.
I wish there was something nice about you, Professor. I liked what I wrote the last time because I liked the way you thought, and I liked telling people about it. Of course, you know that Allied Finance is headquarters for one of the biggest bookie syndicates in the country.
Oh, no. No, I didn't.
Well, good night.
Mr. Stone.
Yeah?
Do you have a car?
Well, not here.
Would you like a lift home?
Thank you. There was a kind of desperation in his voice. He couldn't let me go without getting his name out of the story. And he talked. He was a little too intense. He was trying a little too hard. I wouldn't find out anything as long as he was wound up like this. I had to unwind him. Thing like this can take your mind off your work for a while.
Yes, well, only if I only if I dwell on it.
Must be great to be able to discipline yourself like that. But science teaches that. Scientific training.
Hardly. It teaches hard work. But self-discipline is just another word for patience.
Only I've seen an awful lot of table tappers and pencil chewers among scientists.
Yeah. Well, you have to believe in what you're doing. That's what the patience comes from.
Must be easy for you. You believe in your work.
Oh, yes, of course.
At least you did the time we talked a few years ago.
Well, I'd rather not discuss it.
You held out high hopes for that electronic thinking cat you were building. It was going to do great things for mankind. Still believe it?
Oh, certainly.
That it was going to make life better and easier? That its benefits to human beings were unlimited? Isn't that what you said? Professor?
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's what I said.
I feel like I'm interviewing myself.
Sorry, I'm not very responsive. Mr. Stone, if you put my name in with the story of the murder, well, I'll probably lose my job at the university.
I wasn't the only reporter there.
Well, you were the only one who recognized me. You were the only reporter who knew my name.
If any other paper comes out with a story and your name is used, my editor will...
You'll have to omit my name. Look, Mr. Stone, why don't we talk some more? I'm sure it's possible that I've forgotten something in the excitement. Something that I've forgotten and I'll remember. Something more.
Well, how about my office?
No. Would you come to my home? I can think better there.
Oh, sure, Professor, sure. I always give a man a chance to think and remember. I was still hunting for the reason. Nothing could have shaken this man 3 years ago. He believed in something then, something good, and still did. Only, well, maybe that was it. Maybe he didn't believe in himself anymore. His wife opened the door as we approached it. She was a pretty woman, bright and attractive looking. Only there was a third look. Fear.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad you're home.
Well, I only went out for a few hours. Only a few hours, dear.
Yes, I know.
Betty, this is Randy Stone.
Stone?
Good evening, Mrs. Kiefer.
The reporter, Randy Stone?
Everyone seems to say it that way tonight.
Well, come in, Mr. Stone. Come in. Betty, would you please put on some coffee?
What? Yes?
I said, would you... Why that frown? What is it, you...
A phone call.
The university?
No name, just, Mr. Stone, would you excuse us just a moment, please?
What is it?
I don't know, dear. The man on the phone.
I slumped into a chair and picked up a magazine, but I didn't look at it. I was watching the Kiefers whispering to each other in a corner of the dining room. The look on their faces spelled growing terror and banner headlines, and it wasn't hard to figure that the long arm of the syndicate, which is sometimes longer than the arm of the law, reached right into this house and slapped a clammy hand over the professor's mouth.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Thousands of Americans have made blood donations to our armed forces. Ask any of them and they'll tell you that donating blood is simple, easy, almost effortless. Practically every new blood donor says, why, there's nothing to it. No, there's nothing to it. Yet that simple act may mean the difference between life and death to a boy fighting in Korea. There are millions and millions of Americans who can give blood so easily, and yet we need hundreds of thousands of pints of blood to prevent needless suffering and loss of life. Every one of us who can should make a blood donation to the armed forces now through our local Red Cross chapters or local blood donor centers. So call the Red Cross or blood bank in your community for an appointment. Do it right away, because the wounded can't wait. General Ridgway says, every American who has given blood can and should feel he personally has contributed directly to the saving of the life of an American boy.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
When an associate professor of electronic engineering helps build a mechanical brain, you kind of expect it of him. But if he's in the office of a bookmaking syndicate when one of its head men gets knocked off, that isn't expected. To get your story, never follow what fits, an old city editor once rasped at me. Only follow what doesn't go together. Follow the contradictions. Well, that's what I follow. Professor Kiefer, a real contradiction. I followed him right into his living room where his wife had taken him aside to say that the syndicate was worried about what the professor saw this evening. Kiefer walked back into the living room with her.
I've been trying to explain to Betty, Mr. Stone. I've been trying to convince her that I'm not involved. Would you tell her?
Well, I got there after it was all over.
Well, you saw the police release me. Would they have released me if I'd been important?
No, they would have kept him much longer.
You are involved. You went there. You were there when it happened. Somehow you're involved.
I told you, darling. I turned down their offer. I refused it. I told you that.
Then why the phone call, Bill? Why the...
A mistake. Oh, let's not discuss it now. A mistake. I'm sure when they realize the police are convinced I had nothing to tell them, when they see the police are convinced I had nothing to say...
Who are they? The board of directors of Allied Finance Limited?
It's only natural they'd take extra precaution. To men like that, the world's populated with enemies, real and imagined. All the world is an enemy.
A threat?
Well, I do the same thing. An empty gesture, a warning, but meaningless.
Okay, Professor.
Maybe you'd like something stronger than coffee. Perhaps a drink?
Oh, I'll get it.
No, dear, I'll get them. I'll be happy to get them.
I just don't understand, Mr. Stone. It's so grotesque, you know. It's like a thing one reads about, but it just never happens to you.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of. Unless he's called as a witness.
No. Nothing at all. Are you going to write up his work again?
Only if there's been some change made in the machine.
Or any change in the scientist. Is he as important as the machine?
Well, Mrs. Kiefer, he's given up his research, hasn't he?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. He doesn't talk about it with me. He used to, but not anymore.
Your husband has pulled something important out of his life. That leaves a vacuum. If I remember a rusty high school course, something has to rush in to fill a vacuum.
I've no right to turn against him.
You're asking for help, Mrs. Kiefer. You're not turning against him.
To criticize him like this.
To ask for help.
Yes, I probably am. I am asking for help. He did fill the vacuum.
A man who works nights must have that success drive.
You're a very perceptive man, Mr. Stone. And a kind one.
No, not really. It's just that I have a twisted mind. I respond favorably to complete honesty.
Please don't be flip.
It's the only way I can say I want to help you and your husband.
Sorry the drink took so long. Haven't found a way yet to get the ice out electronically.
The drink was a formality. He wanted me to go so they could talk, and I wanted to leave so I could take advantage of the time that was left. The syndicate doesn't make threats just to keep their muscle men out of mischief. They knew the professor saw something. But how could I convince him that his silence now would only get him a permanent silence? That maybe the storm would blow over, but it would take his head with it. I needed an expert, one who knew both science and scientists. The man was Dean Boswell, head of the Electronic Engineering School at the university.
Strange, Howard, to come interviewing Mr. Stone.
Well, I wanted to see if you'd discovered a substitute for sleep.
Oh, I'm happy to say it's impossible.
Well, that's not very scientific. How do you know until you've tried?
Now, Mr. Stone, any scientist worthy of his title knows he's an observer of physical laws, not a creator of them. We only explain what is here already and find a way to use it. We didn't invent the world, you know.
Well, not according to some of the statements I've read. Pretty big talk for such little fellows.
Oh, but not our doing, I assure you. That's the result of our erstwhile hysterical laymen who have elevated modern science to the position
Latter-day black magic. Actually, there are no scientific secrets, but they've succeeded in almost making us a secret society.
The miracle worker.
You'd do our citizenry a great service if you'd persuade them to rely as much on their own humanity as they do on our ingenuity, the solution to their problems.
Dr. Boswell, I should have interviewed you sooner.
Yes, but you didn't come here for an interview, Stone. You're after something. All right, let's have it, young man.
You should have been a city editor or a cop.
I may still get around to doing both. What is it you wanted to know?
A professor on your staff, a William Kiefer.
Ah, Professor Kiefer, yes. What about him?
You tell me.
A sensitive man. A good person.
Is that all?
Isn't that enough? What more does a man have to be in this world to be something important and valuable?
As a scientist?
Oh, brilliant. A brilliant man, Kiefer.
Have you noticed any change in his attitude toward his work? I mean, in the last few years?
Now, Mr. Stone, I have no intention of discussing my teaching staff with you. Good night, sir.
Oh, please, just listen to me for half a minute.
Half a minute and then good night.
I had to bust in this way. I can't tell you why, not now, but will you take my word for one thing? He's in as much trouble tonight as he'll ever be in his life.
What's at stake, Mr. Stone?
His life.
What do you want me to do?
I'd like your expert advice.
On what?
Some telephones at the Allied Finance Limited. On the way, I learned a lot about Kiefer. Mostly that I was right in my judgment of him 3 years ago, and that his life was well worth trying to save. At Allied Finance, it took a little fast talking with the lieutenant who didn't like my bringing guests.
Why don't you sell tickets, Stone?
If you give me a little advance notice on these things, I'll try.
Sure. We'll send out announcements.
Then it's okay to go in?
Well...
Thanks.
Well, he didn't say yes.
Cops never say yes. They just kind of don't say no. Here, it's over here, Dr. Boswell.
Yeah. Which one do you want me to start on?
I don't even know what you'll be looking for. Without another word, Dr. Boswell went to work. He moved around with as much animation as a man waiting for a bus, but he didn't miss anything. He followed the circuit wires and switches, the controls, the feedbacks. The lieutenant didn't miss much either. He stood quietly in one corner of the big room watching, just watching and puffing slowly on a cigar. Boswell came back to me and dropped his bombshell.
I found it.
You found what?
It's a garbler.
Try that again?
The device installed, it's a garbler. It jumbles up the voice on this end and transmits it to the receiver on the other end, which returns the voice to its natural tone.
Pretty good for sending racing information across the state line.
Perfect.
Phone company put it in?
Never. This was a private installation.
A radio repairman could have done it?
Well, no, this isn't the most complicated of electronic devices, but it takes an expert, Mr. Stone. An expert.
One last question. Where's the control box?
That room. To your right, through the door.
The one where they found McNeil's body. Well, I guess that cuts it, Dr. Boswell.
Please. I would rather not hear your conclusions. There isn't anything more I can do.
You're right. It's mine. All mine. We walked past the lieutenant without batting an eye. A nod of good night, and a look on the copper's face said he knew we had the information he wanted. Only if we gave it to him, there'd be one more murder for him to handle tonight, and there was no point in overburdening the police. So we just kept walking. I dropped Dr. Boswell off at the university and drove back to the Keepers. Now, how would I open? How could I let the professor know that I knew without scaring him more or making him defiant? Because he had to be convinced. He had to talk and he had to give witness against the killers. My problem was solved between the time I parked at the curb and rang the doorbell. A car pulled up across the street, and two very tough-looking gentlemen got out. When they saw me ringing the bell to Keefer's door, they sat back in their car and waited.
Oh, Mr. Stone.
I thought after our last talk you'd be glad to see me. Aren't you going to ask me in?
No.
I think I better come in anyway, Mrs. Kiefer.
What is it? What?
They're parked across the street, Kiefer. They came just after I pulled up.
Oh, Bill.
Now, don't worry, darling. Now, don't. It's all right.
It's all wrong, Professor. There isn't much time. Now, call the police. Now, get the phone and call them.
I have no reason to believe I'm in danger.
Now, look, you're too bright. I found out about the Garbler. I know. And so does Boswell.
Boswell?
I took him with me. Now, call the police.
Oh, please go away, Mr. Stone, please.
I didn't get you and your husband in trouble, Mrs. Kiefer. I only found out about it.
I've done nothing wrong. Nothing. I've harmed no one.
Except yourself and your wife.
Moralizing doesn't fit you very well, Mr. Stone.
That's granted, only I'm not moralizing. When I walk out of that door, they walk in. And you won't walk again. How did a guy with your brain get into this? How? Why?
Because I have this brain. Isn't that obvious?
But what you were doing was so great.
Really? What do you know about it? An interview with me? An article? What did you find out? That the mechanical brain can compute and evaluate, that it pulls mathematical answers out of the air? But did I tell you that 100 of these machines throw 1 million people out of work?
They'll find something else.
There isn't anything else for the semi-skilled. Only the people with training can survive. Did I tell you about the things we dream of a mechanical brain doing? Running a steel mill, for example. Only the skilled can survive, and they're not being trained.
Well, then they'll be trained. That's progress. What's wrong with it? You're beating yourself over the head for doing something fine.
Drop a rock in a glass of water. What happens? The water spills over the sides. It's called the theory of displacement.
Those men out...
The devil with the men. You wanted to know why, then listen to the why. You ask a question, listen to the answer. The water spills over the sides. But drop a machine, a think machine, a fantastic machine into a large group of people, and it displaces some of them. What happens when they spill over the sides? Water just runs off, but human beings break.
What should we do? Smash everything?
I don't care anymore. Can't you understand that? No one else thinks ahead. No one else thinks beyond today. Why should I? Get mine while I can. That's why I work for Allied.
Professor Boswell isn't giving up.
Boswell is a visionary.
He's staying there. He's fighting for what you believe in.
Boswell is lost. It's a lost cause.
At least he's still trying to find the answer, no matter how misused his inventions are. But at least he's trying to find the answer.
Boswell can't see what he's doing, the killing, the...
Boswell doesn't condone murder. Not the murder of millions or of one. Even the murder of a man like McNeil. But you do. Because you know who murdered McNeil.
Bill.
Now, you can't turn the clock back and you can't stop it from going ahead. But you can be decent and fight for what's decent. Only decency begins at home. You have to start with yourself.
All right. All right. Police Department. This is Professor William Kiefer of the university.
I'm scared. Science hands us a batch of miracles, and what do we do with them? We're like kids playing with a box of matches. Sure, matches will help build a fire to warm you and to cook food and to make steel. They can also burn down a house and everybody in it. Only when you were a kid, there was a mother or father standing right there to say, no, you'll get burned. But we're supposed to be grown up now. There's nobody around to say that we'll get burned, and science just handed us a box of matches. We're looking around for a mother and father to tell us to stop throwing fire all over the place, to use it right. Well, nobody's going to tell us. We're going to have to tell us. And I'm scared. I hope we grow up before we burn ourselves to death. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis.
Tonight's transcribed story was written by Arthur Ross, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Kiefer was played by Jeff Corey. Others featured were Larry Dobkin, Frank Gerstle, and Vivi Janis. Don Rickles speaking. Next week only, Night Beat will not be heard because of NBC's coverage of the National Open Golf Tournament. But 2 weeks from tonight, Night Beat will be back in its regular time period. So listen then as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Later this evening, your hit parade brings you a sparkling half hour of music starring Guy Lombardo and the orchestra. This evening, Guy Lombardo will feature lovely Eileen Wilson as his guest vocalist. And your hit parade will be broadcast directly from Walter Reed Army Medical Center, Washington, D.C. Then on Friday evening, the Roy Rogers Show offers you 30 minutes of Western music and adventure. Consult your local newspapers for broadcast time. And join us for both great shows heard each week on NBC. Tonight, Dragnet brings you authentic adventure on NBC.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. How mild can a cigarette be?
One puff won't tell you.
One sniff won't tell you.
It takes day in, day out smoking to find out how mild a cigarette is, how well it agrees with your throat. Make the sensible cigarette test, the thorough test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days and see just how mild a cigarette can be.
Here, transcribed, is Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was cold out, and it had been raining. When it got a little warmer, it would probably snow. The whole city was covered with a heavy sheet of ice, and the steam heat in my office gurgled and clouded up the windows. I was feeling pretty good. I was warm. I'd had one client in the past week, and my bank account was on its way to recovery, and a good breakfast in the drugstore downstairs had made me comfortable and drowsy. I put my feet up on the desk, leaned back in my chair, and closed my eyes.
Mr. Diamond?
I must have been napping and didn't know it. I hadn't heard the door open, but there he stood, framed in the door, resting his weight on the jamb, and looking across the room at me with tired eyes.
Mr. Diamond?
Yes, what can I do for you?
My name is Abel Gunther. I want to hire you.
All right, Mr. Gunther. I charge $100 a day in expenses.
I don't think I can pay it. I can pay you some, but I don't think I can pay you that much.
Well, that's my fee for you or a Rockefeller. I got expenses.
I see. Well, I'll keep looking. I need help. Perhaps you could recommend someone?
You'll pardon me for saying so, but you don't look too well, Mr. Gunther.
I'm pretty sick, Mr. Diamond.
Maybe you'd better sit down and tell me what your problem is.
I can't afford the money.
That's all right. Tell me about it anyway.
I think I had better sit down.
Yes, you better. What's wrong? You got the flu or something?
No. I'm afraid it's a little more serious. Would you really like to hear my story?
I think I really would.
I'm a farmer, Mr. Diamond. My home is Haiti, near Saint-Leger.
Haiti?
Yes, the West Indies. I was born there, raised there. My parents died when I was 13. I have a wife. She's there now, and she's the main reason I have come here seeking help. My wife is dying, Mr. Diamond. I must get help quickly before it is too late. I have a farm.
Kept talking, telling me about his life on Haiti. He told me about his farm, a fairly good-sized farm by his description. He told me how in the past 2 years things began to go wrong on his farm. And soon all the farms in the area were also having trouble.
The cane fields would burn every year. Then it was the cattle. One by one, they became sick. Then my wife, and now me.
And you don't know what's wrong with either of you, huh?
Yes and no. My Christian religion fights it, but my life on Haiti has taught me deep respect for it.
Respect for what?
Voodoo, Mr. Diamond. Oh, I know just what you're thinking. But a doctor in Haiti has examined my wife and can find nothing wrong.
Well, I don't particularly believe in anything like that, Mr. Gunther. But if you do, why have you come to me?
I said I have a healthy respect for it. I don't entirely believe it, but some of the things I've seen make it difficult to disbelieve. I came to you because I suspect a possibility of something more. Immediately after my wife was taken ill, I received an offer from my farm, a very low offer from a Saint-Leger banker. I investigated, found it had been made in the interests of one Arthur Cotswold.
Arthur Cotswold?
Haiti's biggest planter.
Oh. Well, how about the other farmers?
They received offers like mine. Being the oldest farmer, the rest looked to me for guidance. I told them to wait. Then I came here to hire someone to look into the matter.
Would you like some water?
No. No, thank you. I'm all right.
Anyone else become ill besides you and your wife?
Yes. Several others. I have $368 in my ticket home. The money is yours if you will go to Haiti and investigate.
Have you been to a doctor here in New York?
No. Mr. Diamond here's directions how to get to my farm. My servant, little Chiva, is there. No one knows I came.
Mr. Gunther. Mr. Gunther.
Levinson Homicide.
Hello, Walt.
Oh, Rick.
Yeah. Better get up to my office. I've got a dead man for you.
Are you kidding?
That's what Gunther told me.
Voodoo?
Voodoo smoodoo. That's what the man said.
Now, steady, boy.
Oh, stop it, Walt. You know I don't believe it.
But you're going down to Haiti.
Well, somebody's got to tell the wife.
The local authorities can do that. Hey.
No, what's the matter?
The local authorities in Haiti. Why didn't Gunther go to them if he thought there was something phony about the setup?
You want an opinion?
If you can strain one out.
Well, Gunther probably didn't go to the Haiti authorities because he knew they'd think just what you're thinking.
Okay, so I'm crazy.
Well, Gunther died in my office. He came a long way for help, and the poor guy wanted to give me his last $368. So I'm going to Haiti. I'll send you a zombie. Walt promised to send a wire and care of the authorities in Saint-Leger as soon as he got an autopsy report on Mr. Gunther, and I headed to the airline's ticket office. By 8 o'clock that evening, I was in an airline's flagship at 12,000 feet heading for the West Indies and Haiti. The trip wasn't bad. We landed in Miami, where I grabbed a cup of coffee and then climbed aboard a clipper for Port-au-Prince. At Port-au-Prince, I took a bus to Saint-Leger, and from there a beaten-up taxi to the Gunther farm, about 10 miles into the country. As we neared the farm, I could see a crowd of people standing around in front of the house. And as I climbed out of the cab and approached them, they turned, and their hushed conversations were suddenly stilled. I didn't know what it was. No one said a word. But something was wrong. I could feel it. I walked through the crowd to the house and stopped cold as the door opened.
Who are you?
I'd never seen anything like him. He was a native, and he ducked his head as he stepped out of the door to face me. He was a good 7 feet tall, or maybe more. He must have weighed close to 300. He stood on his bare feet, his long, muscled arms hanging loosely at his sides, and looked at me with dark, shining eyes.
Me, little Chiva. Who are you?
Oh, me, very little Richard Diamond. Mr. Gunther hired me to come here.
You from New York?
Oh, yes. Mr. Gunther couldn't come back.
He died?
That's right. How did you know?
Did you come in?
Sure. What are all those people doing out there?
Their friend's madam. She died, too.
Little Chiva led the way into the bedroom where Mrs. Gunther lay on the bed, covered with a fresh white sheet, her eyes closed in death, her face drawn and tired. Little Chiva told me she had died the day before, about 3 p.m, and a cold chill ran up my back. I remembered her husband lying on the floor of my office about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the day before.
What do you do here?
Mr. Gunther wanted me to find out why the cattle are getting sick, why the fields are burning, why he and his wife became ill.
Bad voodoo.
Well, he thought it might have something to do with a man named Cotswold.
He big man.
What are those drums?
For Madam and Mister. They voodoo. Good voodoo. Give blessing for spirit. For Madam and Mister.
Oh. You see, Little Chiva, the Mr. Gunther wanted me to help him. He paid me money to help him and died asking for help. I'm going to try and do what I can.
The Madam and Mr. Good people. Teach Little Chiva. They take Little Chiva when he's small boy and make good life. You good man. Little Chiva help you.
Right then, I inherited Little Chiva. And if there was going to be any trouble, the giant serpent would certainly help to make up the difference. The first thing I wanted to do was contact the local authorities in Saint-Léger. And Little Chiva told me my man was one Inspector Laplanche.
A very fine person, Mr. Gunther. I'm sorry he's dead.
Well, how'd everybody know he was dead?
On Haiti, things of such nature are never a secret. The natives know.
Voodoo?
Being a stranger to Haiti, Mr. Diamond, I expect you to be a skeptic.
But you believe in voodoo?
Let us say I've been in Haiti too long not to believe.
Gunther thought the whole thing might have something to do with a man named Cotswold.
I would suggest you forget Mr. Cotswold.
Then I suggest you give me a good reason to forget him.
Mr. Cotswold is a very big man on Haiti, the largest plantation owner on the West Indies, and a self-made man with a considerable temper.
Well, thanks for the advice, Inspector. But supposing I come up with something incriminating.
If Mr. Cotswold has breached the law, it would certainly be my duty to arrest him. But I am not considering the arrest. More, the necessary steps that would have to be taken to prove the guilt. Dangerous steps, Mr. Diamond. One might trip on those steps.
And break his neck.
Yes.
You like the middle of the road, huh?
It is much easier to see what is ahead.
It's possible to get run down from behind.
I'll do as much as I can to prevent that possibility. Example, my suggestion, you forget Mr. Cotswold.
I left the philosophical inspector and went outside where little Chiva had been waiting. Every time I looked at Chiva, it was like a little kid spotting the Empire State for the first time. He smiled a mouthful of white teeth as he said,
The inspector. He say forget Mr. Cotswold.
That's right. What do you think, little Chiva?
I think I do what you want.
You know what I want?
You want to go see Cotswold.
Think I'm crazy?
You're not afraid. You're not strong like little Chiva. But little Chiva think of all the men he know, you would fight hardest.
I don't like to fight, little Chiva.
Little Chiva know that. We go see Cotswold.
Little Chiva led the way up a long, narrow road surrounded on both sides by high sugarcane fields. Somewhere from not too far away, I heard the drums start again. Little Chiva stopped, looked off to the north. He began moving his shoulders, slowly, keeping time to the steady rhythm of the drums. He began to sing softly.
Oh, hey, oh, hey. Say, Papa, new keep a posse. Oh, hey, say, Papa, new keep a posse.
What does that mean, little Chiva?
It means in your language, It is our Papa who passes.
Papa?
Papa Damballa, the great source.
Voodoo?
Yes. Later I must leave you. Today is Wednesday. This is the day of Papa Damballa. Oh, hey, say Papa Nucci, Papa.
He continued his little chant until we reached the beginning of a long, high fence running along next to the narrow road. Chiva leaned down and swung a gate open. Then we walked up the path that led through the Cotswold property until we reached the house. There, sitting back between two huge trees, was the Cotswold mansion. I walked up to the front door alone.
Mr. Diamond.
Yes, Chiva?
Watch out for Mr. Jocelyn. He guards Cotswold.
Thanks, I'll do that.
What do you want?
I want to see Cotswold.
You do, eh? What you doing here, little Chiva?
I wait for Mister.
Found himself a new governor, what? You must be that fellow Diamond.
I must be.
Well, come in. Mr. Cotswold's been expecting you.
He introduced himself as Jocelyn and led the way into a large paneled study. And I met the big man himself, Arthur Cotswold. The drums stopped.
Today is Wednesday. It belongs to the great god Damballa.
So I understand.
Most days of the week are significant in voodoo. Will you have a drink, Mr. Diamond?
No, thank you.
Jocelyn, mix me a gin and tonic.
Yes, Mr. Cotswold.
Thursday and Saturday belong to Uzele Frida, the goddess of love.
I'll have to remember that.
I know why you are here, Mr. Diamond.
I'm glad you do.
For some reason, Gunther and the rest of the miserable farmers think I'm responsible for their trouble.
Of course you're not.
I simply tried to help them. With their cattle sick and their crops gone, I had my banker make them an offer.
Have any of your cattle taken sick?
None.
Pretty strange.
Haiti is a strange land.
Now, you're not going to start talking voodoo.
You're a stranger, Mr. Diamond. There are many things that you would not understand, and I would certainly not try and convert you.
Well, I appreciate your interest, but I intend to find out why Gunther and his wife died.
This point I would most certainly give you advice on. Go home, Mr. Diamond. Leave well enough alone.
After I come up with an answer.
Mr. Diamond, I am not a patient man. I have gone out of my way to give you some healthy advice. Heed it. For your sake, heed it.
No, thanks. I'll let you know what I find out.
You persist in this investigation?
I always persist. In fact, I'm the persistenist.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
The things we look for most in a cigarette are mildness and flavor. You'll find both of these things in Camels, day after day and pack after pack.
No other cigarette has Camel's rich, full flavor, the flavor of costly tobaccos properly aged and expertly blended.
And no other cigarette gives you this proof of mildness. In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make your own 30-day Camel test. Not just a puff, not just a sniff, but normal smoking for about a month. You'll enjoy every puff, and you'll know without question how mild Camels are, how well they agree with your throat.
Yes, and you'll see why. More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test, and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now, back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
I left Arthur Cotswold cooling his fifth with a gin and tonic, went back to Chiva, and he led me back to town. On the way, I got an idea. When we arrived in town, I sent little Chiva back to the Gunther farm. Then I went in to talk to Inspector LaPlanche. The inspector had received a wire from one Lieutenant Walt Levinson, 5th Precinct, New York Police.
Well, I had no idea the New York police were interested in this affair.
They're always interested when someone drops dead. Now, here's something pretty interesting, Inspector. Mr. Gunther died of a disease known as brucellosis, commonly known in cattle as Bang's disease. Ever heard of it?
I am not a medical man, Mr. Diamond.
Well, it's undulant fever. Both Gunther and his wife probably caught it from their sick cattle.
What do you intend to do?
Well, I think those cattle were infected deliberately, and the cane fields burned purposely. If the cattle were infected deliberately, there must be some of the brucellosis still around, and I'm going to find it. Maybe at Mr. Cotswold's. I think you better issue a search warrant and come with me.
Mr. Diamond, the middle of the road, remember?
I think you'd better forget the middle of the road, Inspector. Unless you want me to get in touch with the authorities and have you held as a material witness in a murder case.
I will issue the warrant.
I kind of thought you would.
I will issue it, but you certainly do not think it will be enough to get you into the Cotswold house?
No, but it'll make it legal. I sent little Chiva back to collect some of his friends. They're going to help us get in that house, Inspector.
I will have no part of violence.
Oh, they won't even be with us. It would be easy to search the Cotswold place if Cotswold was out fighting a fire.
Fire?
Just a harmless fire, Inspector. But far enough away so that Cotswold will think it's his cane field.
Oh, well, then I will certainly issue the warrant, Mr. Diamond. As long as we are going to do everything open and above board, I will certainly issue it.
Welcome back to the gutter, Inspector. The view isn't much, but you can't miss where you're going. Let's go get little Chiva.
What are all those natives doing at the gunhouse?
I don't know.
It looks like something's wrong.
We piled out of the car and pushed our way through the crowd of natives. Inside the house, we found what was wrong. Lying in the middle of the room was little Chiva. He was almost dead when I knelt beside him.
I talked to friends. They light fire for you.
Thanks, Chiva.
Now, Dambalo way to take me.
He's been stabbed.
And he cut him in two. They got him from behind. Never would have faced him.
You stay. You see, wait till non tete your mort.
See what? It is a ritual. It means taking the spirit from the air of the dead. He wants you to see it.
You stay. You believe voodoo.
All right, Chiva. I'll stay. Now, who did this to you?
Nazi. In back.
He's dead. The next few hours I'll never forget. The inspector knew what was coming, and he wanted no part of it, so he waited outside. I don't know whether I can describe it, but I'll try. And even though I saw it with my own eyes, I still don't quite believe it. The natives came into the house and picked up little Chiva. They placed him on a bench, and the ceremony began. Some of them had already obtained the necessary items used for Waitiloa non Teti Yum Mort. They included several live pigeons, olive oil, 30 pieces of fat pine wood, a pair of chickens, some coarse cornmeal, and a saddle blanket, and a large white plate. Little Chiva's body was covered with a blanket, and then the pigeons were killed and cooked without seasoning. The cornmeal was roasted, then placed in the white plate. The 30 slivers of pine wood were lighted and carried by the natives like candles. Then one of the natives took the white plate with the meal in one hand and the pot with the chicken in the other and approached the fire chanting a strange dirge. I nearly ran out of the screaming Nemes. As he finished the last line of the chant, the dead body of little Chiva sat straight up with straining eyes, bowed its head, and fell back.
You look look a little pale, Mr. Damon.
Well, I can't understand why. Probably because my blood's hiding in my feet.
What do you think I will do now?
Well, let's forget it, shall we? I haven't got the money for a good rest home.
Yeah. We are close to the Cotswold house.
Good. Let's park it here and wait until the fire starts. The inspector and I sat in the car and waited while the moon climbed up over the clouds and the drums in the distance tangled my nerves into complete knots. After about an hour of waiting, a dull glow to the south started the expected commotion in the Cotswold household, and we climbed out of the car.
Fire, Mr. Cotswold! The cane field! Fire! Get the servants! Get every man out there to fight that fire!
It had worked. The inspector and I stayed to the shadows until the last man went running out of the house. Then we went in. We worked as fast as we could. We took the place apart. And I must say, the timid inspector had really gotten out of the middle of the road. He tore the place apart like he'd spent most of his time on a wrecking crew.
I have not found a thing.
Oh, the house is clean.
There's a barn.
Then let's go. We went out of the house and headed for the barn about 50 yards away. The drums were louder now, and the dull glow of the fire had nearly vanished. It was obvious that the inspector and I had to work fast. He took one end of the barn, and I took the other. We worked toward each other. Just about the time I was ready to give the whole thing up.
Diamond! Diamond!
Inspector, you find something?
This hypodermic for cattle.
That's not enough.
This bottle hidden under this box?
Well, it's more like it. Let's get it back to town and have it analyzed.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Diamond.
Cotswold.
It was Cotswold, and he had three things on his side that made the situation very uncomfortable. His bodyguard, Jocelyn, and two guns. They stepped through the open door and moved up to us.
I see you found my secret, Mr. Diamond.
This is the stuff you've been infecting the cattle with. And this is what killed the Gunthers.
That's correct. You see, you should have really taken my advice and returned to the States.
You'll be held for murder, Cotswold.
Who will convict me, Mr. Diamond? No evidence, no one to testify. I'm surprised at you, Inspector. I thought you had more sense.
Sometimes a man finds his pride and does the best thing.
You know, of course, I can't allow either of you to live.
No, we had a hunch. Now, tell me something. Who killed little Chiva?
He was getting to be a nuisance. I had Jocelyn here attend to the matter.
What's that? Diamond.
Mr. Cotswold, look!
Well, now, I want to tell you, I'd seen a lot that day, but that was just a little too much. The howl had come from the open door, and standing in it, framed against the yellow moon...
It's him! It's little Chiva! No!
But there he was, and he looked even bigger as he shuffled toward the two men, his arms swinging at his sides like two giant sledgehammers. He was going all the way. He hadn't just come back from the dead to sit up. He was taking a walk.
Get away! Get away! You're dead! Shoot him! Shoot him!
But Jocelyn was too terrified to even raise his arm. The big native reached out, grabbed him with both hands, and crushed him like an egg. For a minute, I was too stunned to move. Then when I saw Cotswold bring up his gun, I threw the bottle. It stopped him long enough for the big native to drop Jocelyn's limp body and charge in. Like an idiot, I had some stupid reason for wanting Cotswold alive, so I tried to head Chiva off. Ever tried to stop a freight train with both hands out? He brushed me off, and I crashed into the wall just as he grabbed Cotswold.
No!
He picked him up, raised him high over his head, and threw him the length of the barn.
Diamond, he's coming over here.
Now, look, old boy. It's me, Diamond. Little Chiva, please,
Me, not little Chiva.
What?
I should have guessed.
Should have guessed what? What is this?
This is Big Chiva.
Big Chiva?
Me little Chiva's brother. Me paid back for kill little Chiva.
Oh, good gosh.
I never thought that.
Me big Chiva. Come, I take you back to Gunther house. Little Chiva say you good man. I be your servant.
Well, if you don't mind, I just think I'll head back for the States and lie in a warm tub of mud for the next 6 months. Tell me something, Big Chiva.
What do you want?
You don't have a big brother, do you?
Dick Powell will return in just a minute. More doctors smoke Camels. than any other cigarette, according to a repeated nationwide survey.
Doctors at every branch of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country, have again been asked what cigarette they smoked.
Again, the brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Friends, try Camels and discover for yourself the reasons behind Camel's great popularity. You'll enjoy Camel's rich flavor and cool mildness pack after pack and week after week.
How mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Friends, nothing can boost your morale like a gift, especially if you're in a hospital bed. That's why the Camel people send gift cigarettes each week to hospitalized servicemen and veterans in this country and overseas. This week, Camels are on their way to Veterans Hospitals, Rutland Heights, Massachusetts, and Lyons, New Jersey, U.S. Naval Hospital, Quantico, Virginia, and to all hospitals operated by the Far East Command of the U.S. Air Force. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Men, has your pipe got your tongue? Well, switch to Prince Albert, the National Joy Smoke. PA's Choice Tobacco is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Yes, and it's crimp cut, too, for smooth, burning, and cool smoking. Get Prince Albert, rich, flavorful, and with a delightful natural fragrance. It's America's largest-selling smoking tobacco.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade, Detective Agency.
Spade, sweetheart.
Oh, hello, Sam. What are you doing?
Having breakfast, Abby.
Breakfast? But it's 7:30 in the p.m.
Well, it's a topsy-turvy world, sweetheart.
What was the problem, Sam?
Oh, a gold key to the door of her apartment. She gets to figure out what it unlocks. Very complex case, Abby. Greed, passion, twisted ambition, hate, love, vengeance, and murder. All gamut. It was ghastly every now and then.
Well, Sam, maybe we ought to put off the report till morning when you're feeling fresher.
Oh, it's very considerate, sweetheart, but I'd like to get it off my chest now tonight. You want to help? Just be at your desk. Now, don't say anything when I come in. Just be there.
Sam, you sound so serious.
Just be, sweetheart. We'll see. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the gold key caper.
Now, with Howard Duff starring in Spade, Wildwood brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade. Date January 25, 1948. New homicide details, San Francisco Police. Attention Detective Lieutenant Dundee from Samuel Spade. License on the list of 596. Subject, the gold key caper. Dear Dundee, it started as these things usually do in my office when Effie Perrine, a doll of my other stolen, eased in, closed the door behind her, and leaned against it.
There's a girl outside.
A client or a client?
Her name is Wanda Farr.
Has she come a long way to see me?
I don't think she's sitting here.
I know, sweetheart. You never do. Sure. And...
Okay. Will you please come in, Miss Farr?
Right here, Miss Farr.
You're so kind, Mr. Spade. I can see I've come to the right time.
Yes, okay. That'll be all, Mr. And now then, what can I do for you, Miss Farr?
Well, I haven't a great deal of money. I've brought a little cash with me. Would 300 be enough for you?
I won't haggle with you, Miss Farr. Thanks. Now, what's the story that goes with it?
How much do you know about a man named Dundee?
About as much as the police know. You know more?
I'm afraid I don't even know that much. I didn't even know what he was until one evening 3 years ago. That was the last time I saw him. The police came and I was deeply shocked. But I felt I could stand by him.
As I remember, the rap was 3 to 5 years breaking and entering.
Yes, I promised to wait for him.
She couldn't quite make it.
Well, in a way, you're perfectly right. When I heard he was coming out of prison, well, I just can't think.
And you thought of leaving town?
Oh, it wouldn't make any difference. He'd find me wherever I went.
Can't say that I blame him. What's so funny?
You're afraid of me, are you?
No, not dangerous. Not yet.
Are you always there? So never.
That depends.
Oh.
Yeah. On how many other traps you've handled, like this county for thieves, and how many other traps have helped you get out from under.
Really? There must be some other type of detective.
Okay, here's your money.
Well, I won't go. You can't turn me away like this. After all those things I told you. Sophie, you haven't any right to... When I put my trust in you...
That's a lousy act, too. Sit down. Now, let's have it. What do you want me to do?
Well, he's arriving in San Francisco this afternoon. He'll come to my office for the 2:30. I haven't been seeing him or even answering yet. That by itself is going to make him kill him. Oh, you knew, Johnny.
Well, I don't. You said you didn't until the cops came in.
But I didn't. I didn't know he was in the box. I just thought he was a gambler like anybody. And then about his life. Whenever he was angry, just go crazy. I wanted to see him long before they set him up out of the place. Then I was going to write and then tell him in prison. But then I was afraid he'd break out and make things worse for himself. But now...
Now you really got to think.
Yes, but I can't. I'm afraid.
And you want me to hold a gun on him while you get in the air.
Oh, you say it like that. Listen to me. But I just can't go back there. I can't. I just knew that you were involved and trusted. And I feel safe.
For how long? Look. Look, let's say something for after dinner, shall we?
I was wrong. You're not afraid. You're not afraid of anything.
What's the address?
1234 Van Ness, apartment 21.
What time you doing?
If bus gets in, I'll see.
I'll be there at 1:15. Budget 4 times. Long, short, long, short.
No. No, don't use it. I don't want to make a mistake. Here. Take this. Set yourself in.
Gold key to Johnny. Forever, yes. Don't worry, Angel. Don't worry. You can put a new name on there. This was not engraved very deep. After she'd gone, a heavy fragrance clung to everything she touched. The chair she sat in, my glass with her lipstick on it for $300, even the gold key. I rubbed it up against my coat sleeve. The name didn't come off. It only shone brighter. I threw it across the room just to see if it would bounce. It did. And when I walked over to pick it up, there were 2 keys, or at least 1.5. The gold shank had been hollowed out, and the key that fitted inside it was wrong again, Dundee. Not a glass key, a brass key with a number on it, 322, nothing else. I wondered if Johnny the thief had been living a double life, or at least 1.5. I was still wondering when I slipped the brass key back into its hiding place and used the gold one to unlock the door of Wanda's apartment. The room was full of her perfume, but she wasn't there. Johnny Batiste was. He was cleaning the prison dirt out of his fingernails with a shiny new spring blade knife.
Yeah, key.
What for? You're in. What's Wanda?
She changed her mind. She don't want to see you.
Who changed it for?
I did. I told her she shouldn't ought to marry into the wrong set. So give me that key and blow.
Where is she, in here?
I told you to blow. She don't want to see you.
Mixed yourself. You're stir happy.
Spade. I didn't rot in that state hotel 3 years to get pushed around. Why do you think I took that rap?
You took it for her. You're crazy. She was through with you before you went up.
I just go on talking like that. Go on. I'll cut you. I'll cut you real bad. Cover.
Johnny, I don't want to hurt you. Don't try. Good night, Johnny.
No.
The first thing you ought to learn about civilian life, Johnny, is don't jump somebody until you know what it's all about. What did she tell you?
Forget it. You'll get this cheaper than I did. But she's 3 years older. So am I.
Listen, Johnny, here's my card. If there's any way I can help you, let me know, will you? I mean it.
If you You got a heart, mister. They gave me $50 and they put me out the gate, but I dropped it in the poker game down at Dixon Mission. Right off the bus. Sucker. Johnny Dick.
You need some dough, John?
No, nothing that ain't mine. Hey, the key is mine. My name's on it. They couldn't do nothing to me if I hopped that, could they? Now we got 10 or 15. That's solid gold. They'll give me a place to flop until I get my feet under me again.
Yeah, like you say, your name's on it. Here, take it. You can have your knife, too.
Good, all right, guy. I'm sorry for the things I said.
Hey, wait a minute. Where's Wanda?
I don't know. And I don't want to see it. So long, sucker.
I went to the window and watched him leave the building. He didn't cough when the cold air hit him. Instead, he took a deep breath and strode briskly across the street and into a neon-lighted bar and grill. Something about his swagger bothered me. Giving him the gold key might or might not have been as smart a move as I thought it was, but I was sorry I'd given him back his knife. Sam Spade, sucker. About here, Dundee, I decided to start acting like a detective for a change. I took a chance on Johnny Baptiste being thirsty enough after 3 years to keep his elbow crooked at the bar long enough for me to frisk Wanda's apartment. I didn't think I'd find her body there, but I did. I deduced that it was in the clothes closet from the feeble cries and puffings I heard as I walked into the bedroom.
Oh, Sam, you're all right. Oh, I've never forgiven myself for anything happened to you.
What happened to you, Amy?
Where were you, Sam?
Pushed in the closet.
Yes, when I heard you coming upstairs.
Why?
Well, you were coming any minute, and I had to say something, so I told you you were going to marry me.
Oh, that's fine. Well, here we are.
Oh, but that's not all I said. Oh, you'll never forgive me for this. I know it. Oh, how could I tell you? I told him you forced me.
Thanks a lot. How did I force you?
By threatening to go to parole board so they wouldn't let Johnny out.
I must have a lot of influence.
Yes, and that way he thought I was protecting him, so he didn't hurt me. Only you're scared of me. And it's pushed me to come up. Well, it's nothing. We're all a little discovered. Oh, but if you only knew what he was like standing there in that dark, not knowing what he was doing to you. Sorry.
Don't you think any more about it?
Oh, you do forgive me, don't you?
About that gold key, Angel, I think you better change the lock on your door.
What?
I gave it to Johnny.
You? Oh, no, you're fooling.
Oh, he was broke. He made it.
Oh, where did you get a crazy idea like that?
Where did you get those great, big, beautiful lies?
Stand be serious.
But I am. We're engaged, aren't we?
Oh, stop that. Listen. If I don't have that key back by midnight, he's come back to kill me.
Get out of sight. Get out of sight. I'll take care of it. There were two of them. Neither one was Johnny Baptiste. They brushed past me and entered the room without a word and stood there with their faces hanging out. While we were giving each other the silent treatment, I sized them up. The larger size I recognized from newspaper pictures. He was a big sand and gravel man, and rumor had it that a stretch of paving outside the town contained the bodies of 18 other sand and gravel men who had bid against him for the contract and stumbled into a rock crusher. Name? Mike Malloy. The musician with him put his viola case down on the sofa and opened it up. No. This is the man, Nathan.
My dad's what he's doing here.
Why don't you sit down and finish that comic book I bought for you?
Okay, rock question.
Instead, I told his father to hire you. Let it go. Not yet. Good. I brought along my bodyguard here just in case. Where is he? I sent him to the movies. Why, of course. You see Johnny Baptiste? Yeah, he dropped in. He didn't make any trouble? No. Was he supposed to? There's no point in our talking in circles, Mr. Spade. Johnny Baptiste used to work for me. Neighbors here with one of his men. What's his name?
Right again.
You see? Things have changed. Johnny isn't the man he used to be. But I've always taken care of those certainly loyally. I thought we weren't talking in circles. Believe me, Mr. Spade, I ultimately want to save Johnny from himself. Is he threatening to jump into one of your rock sections?
Watch that boy. He's got a sense of humor.
I'm sorry I failed to see it. I was misinformed about you, Mr. Spade. I was led to believe that you were the man to help my fiancé and myself out of this embarrassing situation. Your fiancé? Wanda? Miss Fox? Yes?
Yes, it's fiancé.
I'll be absolutely frank with you, Spade. I had hoped by bringing you and Johnny Peace together under circumstances that she might be more secure in self-defense, of course. My apologies. It would have been the merciful way out for Johnny, and it would have saved many lives. I know Johnny's a teacher. He will try to get back on top. He'll stop at nothing. I believed him, and it was no mistake. That's why I almost hoped they didn't know where Johnny was, but they did. After they left Juana's apartment, they crossed the street and went into the neon lighted bar and grill. By the time I got downstairs, they were on their way out again with Johnny in the middle. He didn't look like he wanted to go, but they dragged him into Malloy's limousine, and he went. I did, too. The trail ended on the Embarcadero at the Harbor View Hotel. By the time I got into the lobby, Johnny and his two guards had disappeared up a ratty-looking flight of stairs. I started up after them, but then I stopped cold. When I got to the top of the stairs, I saw where the number one first had gone. It had raked the ceiling and taken every light bulb in the corridor. I could see the flashes from the Tommy gun of somebody backed into the hall from one of the rooms, still pumping lead.
Hurry up and die! Hurry up and die! I'm gonna get out of here! Hey, who's that? Who's that?
He either saw or heard me. I flopped down on my belly and tried to work my way into the 10th of an inch nap on the crummy carpet. I made like I'd been hit, but I couldn't quite manage the death rattle. When I heard the gunman run down the hall toward the rear of the building, I rose courageously to my hands and knees and crawled the rest of the way down the corridor and looked into the smoke-filled room. The air tasted like burned powder, but it smelled like blood. I swallowed my insides and went in. There were 8 of them. I'll spare you the details, Sunday. You saw them after they were cleaned up. I needed some fresh air, and I needed it quick. Huh?
Over here. Sam, look, come here. Oh, poor darling. What does that place say? How did you live?
Why were you?
Oh, you poor baby. I came after you.
Shut up. I want some answers. I don't want explanations. I don't want excuses. And if I catch you using what you know you do to me to snake your way out of this one, I'll...
What have I done to you like this? First Johnny, then Mike, and now you.
You're starting again. It's the last time.
Sam, I'm sorry. What do you want to know?
Are you in love with Johnny?
But I told you no.
Mike Malloy?
No.
You gonna marry Malloy?
What was in that room?
8 dead men.
What else?
A lot of blood and powder smoke.
Now ask me if I'm going to marry Malloy.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. I'll see you later, Angel. Oh, say, I was just leaving. Come back later. You're not leaving, and I'm not coming back later. Get back in the room. Now, listen here, Spade. I hired you as a bodyguard for my fiancée, Miss Barr. What do you come on pushing your way in here with a gun like this? I can have your license revoked so fast to make your head swell. Help yourself. I'm a little sick of this business. Spade, I warn you, stay out of this. What's that? You know, Johnny the Geek. Hello, Johnny. I'm going to give you a working on it. Can you talk? What's this for, Lord? Ask Johnny. He knows. All right, I will. You move over here where I can watch you. Keep your hands behind your neck. Relax. This is going to cost you more than your life. Shut up! Now, Johnny, listen to me. This is important. Move your right hand to yes. You framed yourself in the breaking and entry wrap to cool off from a bigger one, right? Okay, that's it, Johnny. Murder? No. Robbery? Mm-hmm. How big? 5,000, 50? 500,000. That payroll job. Bakersfield, December 1944. That right, Johnny? If I go through with this farce, I can give it to you. Do you think it'll do you any good? I promise you it won't. Johnny got himself set up on that 3 to 5 year rap, partly for the reason you say, and partly because he didn't want to deal with the rest of the boys. He cooked up this transparent scheme of his, this gold key, that hotel room to throw us off the track. They could think the loot was hidden there. Sure it is. Positive. I bought that hotel and ripped it to pieces, room by room. So you cooked up a couple of pretty crude schemes of your own to sweat it out of Johnny. First, you thought you could goad him into killing me. When that didn't work, you had your boy Naples knock off the opposition boys into the peace mob so you could hold a whole master over his head. Who do you think you can settle that score with? I think I'll start with you. Maybe you'll laugh until you feel better, Johnny. Don't get chummy. Yeah, I know it's me. I'll talk to him in the other room.
Hey, what do you think you're trying to do?
All right, leave it there, Mabel.
Yeah. What are you doing here? Where's the boy?
Out.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you, pigeon.
Who's the pigeon?
Nobody but you, Mabel. If you think somebody else is going up with that slaughter in room 322.
Johnny got them guys. That's the boy.
I asked the boss. He said you did.
You're fussing.
Johnny bargained for a written statement by Malloy alibying Johnny. The cops have got it now. They'll believe it. Malloy's a big citizen, so you're the only pigeon left.
That's what you think. Where is he?
Wait here. I'll bring him to you. I left Mabel standing there in the vestibule waiting for Malloy. Then I hoisted Johnny out of my back and left Malloy waiting for Mabel. He went out the back way. I rang for the freight elevator and watched the floor indicator moving around. I believe it was between 6 and 7 when I heard a familiar sound from the Malloy apartment.
I'll be worried sick.
What about? Malloy, Johnny, me, or the half-minute?
Johnny, give me all time.
Malloy's dead.
Johnny?
Johnny can't talk. He's in the hospital.
Can't talk?
No, but I can.
Sam, you didn't have anything to do with Malloy dying.
As much as anybody.
But you must have... Oh, no, I just...
You're out of the floor?
I see. In the feet. Oh, it's so long to hold you. Johnny, I think of all you've been through for me. I wonder if I was.
I wonder.
But you and everything, and the men, too. Oh, I've never dreamed of being able to travel with this. It's just too good to be true.
Yeah, you're so right, sweetheart. You're so exactly right. I didn't tell her I didn't have the heart. We talked some more and toasted some marshmallows. Well, anyway, what I'm getting at, Tony, is this. Some jerk from the DA's office informs me that you want her for questioning as an accessory before the fact. In my opinion, this angle of the case requires more personal research, and with all modesty, I think that I am the man for the job and will be as long as you think I have the $500 grand. And if I do have it, Lieutenant, watch out for your bag. It's curious, and it will be so.
Oh. What?
Yes, sir.
Well, have you?
Have I what is it? The $500,000?
Oh, heavens to Betsy, how can you be so calm about it?
I get it, sweetheart. Search every nook and cranny for Treasury Hawkshaws, and I'll give you a full account. Private, of course.
This is a mess, and it's all your fault. I'm just a mess of nerves worrying about that money. How could we explain it to Mother and Mr. Goldbergs at the bank?
Hey, Mr. Baxter.
Besides, Sam, it's not ours now. I think we should keep it. And if that girl loves you, just for your money.
Worry no more, my sweet. Happy. Can you see the ticket?
You're giving it back already? Oh, of course you would.
Want to have?
Yes, we did. Where is it, Sam?
Listen, my dear, you forget. There never was any $500 grand as far as Johnny Batista. He didn't have anything to do with that robbery. He invented the whole caper, including the hocus pocus about the gold key. Now you ask me why?
Why?
To keep himself out of Malloy's rock crushing, you see. Well, he was resting safely for 3 years in San Quentin. Malloy was driving himself crazy, following that gold key and trying to dig up $500,000 that wasn't even there. He figured by the time he got out, Malloy would be crazy enough to overplay his hand. And he was right. What's left of him?
Well, Sam, if you ask me, it wasn't the gold key that drove Malloy crazy.
Oh.
If I get it out there, it's not my place to fight. You know what I mean. Good night, Sam.
Good night, Mother.